Welcome to the 16th annual Yale-NEABPD, the longest continuing running conference on the theme of borderline personality disorder, excluding pandemic years, of course. I am Marie-Paul de Valdivia, and I am here with Dr. Suzanne Decker, and who will co-moderate this conference with me today, and Abby Ingber, who is the Executive Director of National Education Alliance for Borderline Personality Disorder. It is with such pride that we bring to you this year's program on issues of identity. It was almost ready to go last March when we all went to shut down. The events that generated protests around the country and continued violence against marginalized groups, if anything, underscore the importance of the theme that we have chosen for this conference. It and our speakers are just so relevant and important that we simply reimagined the conference in this virtual live way. We thank our speakers from the bottom of our hearts for signing on last year and then rejoining us this year. This conference would simply not be possible without our providers: Yale New Haven Psychiatric Hospital, the Yale School of Medicine, the YIELD program, Instruction, Investigation, and Intervention in Emotional Lability and Dysregulation, and especially, of course, the National Education Alliance for Borderline Personality Disorder, NEABPD. We also want to express our deep, deep gratitude to our sponsors this year: McLean Hospital, Clearview Treatment Programs, and Sunrise Residential Center. Thank you so much for your support. I also want to recognize a small and so committed group of people who devoted much time during a difficult year in the service of bringing this program to life. Their extraordinary teamwork, their talent, and above all, their dedication speaks to our belief, our mission, that we are a community of treaters working with a community of patients and their families. Abby Ingber, NEABPD's Executive Director, was instrumental in our team. Under Abby's expert guidance, NEA has grown exponentially. It is such a pleasure to introduce Abby to you all.
Thank you. It is my honor and privilege to be here today to represent NEABPD on behalf of our board, staff, and hundreds of volunteers. For many years, Perry Huffman stood before you at this Yale NEABPD conference talking about our many achievements and goals. And although the face of NEA may have changed, our goals, commitment, and drive have not. We are still proud to offer our evidence-based Family Connections program, which teaches psychoeducation and skills and provides support to families who have a loved one with traits of BPD or emotion dysregulation. In the United States alone, we had over 4,000 participants graduate from Family Connections last year. We trained over 300 new leaders and have new classes starting all the time. Our newly hired staff has worked hard to reduce our wait list and ensure that the quality of the program matches our standards. Outside the United States, Family Connections is found in over 20 countries. We have a new version of Family Connections called Managing Suicidality and Trauma Recovery, which we are currently launching in the United States. This program aims to empower family members of individuals who made a suicide attempt or engaged in self-injuries, and the family member experiences this as traumatic. During COVID, we were able to successfully pivot and provide webinars and Family Connections classes via Zoom. This year, we are launching an Alumni Institute for graduates of Family Connection to continue learning and engaging. Our virtual resource library remains invaluable for family members, people with lived experiences, and clinicians. Over 1 million people have accessed these resources in the past year on our website. This afternoon, please visit us during the exhibit hall to play a fun game of BPD myths and facts. As always, we thank you for your continued support and looking forward to working together over the next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Thank you so much for all that you do and all that the NEABPD team does for family members and for their loved ones. So 17 years ago, Dr. Perry Hoffman, who was a visionary and the founder of NEABPD, approached Dr. Seth Axelrod, and together they brought this annual conference to life. I knew Perry very well. She would have been so proud of this year's conference. Here with us today is Dr. Axelrod. Thank you, Seth, for being with us.
Welcome, everyone, to our first virtual Borderline Conference. I'm absolutely delighted that each and every one of you has joined us live or are watching the conference recordings. I'd like to share my deep appreciation for our conference team of co-directors, coordinators, and volunteers, our speakers, our ASL interpreters, the virtual production experts at Brand Live, our sponsors and exhibitors, and I'd particularly like to express my appreciation to those who did the heaviest lifting for this year's conference, which allowed me to step back and in the absence of our very dear Dr. Perry Hoffman. Those people are Marie-Paul de Valdivia, Abby Ingber, and our unsung hero extraordinaire, Dr. Emily Edwards. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge my privilege as a white, heterosexual, cis, male professional, and how my privilege limits my ability to ever fully comprehend the experience of oppression related to the identities we'll be considering today, let alone their intersection with borderline personality disorder. And at the same time, I also notice being very privileged for the opportunity to learn from our presenters and from you, our audience, through the questions you'll submit. Finally, I have a feeling of being very privileged and humbled by what I'll do next, which is introduce Dr. Amber Childs, one of our leaders in the Yale Department of Psychiatry and Yale New Haven Psychiatric Hospital. Dr. Childs will share opening remarks to help frame our conference day. Dr. Childs is an assistant professor of psychiatry, the director of training for our clinical and community psychology doctoral program, and she's a member of our Committee for Diversity and Inclusion for our psychology section. She is a clinical psychologist who earned her PhD from University of Tennessee and completed pre- and post-doctoral fellowships at the Institute of Living and Hartford Hospital. Her clinical expertise is in the treatment of adolescents, young adults, and families, and her research involves evaluation and correlates to treatment outcomes of high-risk youth. Dr. Childs has led many departmental and hospital initiatives, such as redesigning our adolescent and adult outpatient services, developing our telehealth program, integrating measurement-based care into our clinical service, also mentoring psychology fellows and providing staff education and consultation. I've had the privilege of working closely with Dr. Childs over the years and of benefiting from her wisdom, leadership, and friendship. I'm very proud to introduce Dr. Childs for pre-recorded opening remarks. Dr. Amber Childs.
Good morning, everyone. It is my honor to welcome you all to the 16th annual Yale-NEABPD conference, which is an incredible collaboration between NEABPD and Yale. I regret that I'm not able to be there with you all live virtually, and I know that you have an incredible and enriching day ahead of you. I'd like to just begin by offering my congratulations and thanks to the incredible team that's behind this conference, which includes Seth Axelrod, Marie-Paul de Valdivia, Abby Ingber, Emily Edwards, Ashley Pearson, Suzanne Decker, Kelly Workman, and Aditi Vijay. Thank you so much for the vision and incredible work to bring this offering to our community. It's my understanding that this is the longest standing continuous conference on BPD in the world. And so I am incredibly grateful and proud to be welcoming you all here to Yale. I'd like to also acknowledge the conference staff, including Joan Krika, the numerous coordinators and other volunteers behind the scenes that make this day possible. Thank you so much for your work. And finally, I'd also like to thank and welcome the conference presenters for today. Thank you for your participation, for your willingness to share of yourselves, your experiences. So as I was preparing these remarks, I kept finding myself coming to this statement, which I thought about starting with, which in some ways has become a kind of common turn of phrase for me, a way of attempting to open up a conversation on some sort of common ground or shared experience. And so the statement I had thought of saying was this: what a year this past year has been. And I noticed a smattering of thoughts and judgments even show up around this. And the first one was, Amber, really? Anybody can see and feel how hard a year it was, and in many ways, how hard a year it continues to be. And so I think it's really hard to know what that kind of a statement really means. And so as I thought further about this, I noticed that really what I was coming up against was this idea that, yes, the past 16 months have brought about experiences like never before, and experiences like might never exist beyond that time. And the past 16 months have not only introduced new challenges and suffering, but they've highlighted and amplified that which we've already faced well before March of 2020 when the pandemic hit, and well before May 25th when the death of George Floyd sharply punctuated the legacy of racism and violence against Black bodies within our country. And well before cascades of legislation would attempt to steal away and diminish the basic rights of trans people and most recently targeted our trans youth. And well before, as you all will know, the stifling and shaming stigma that individuals living with mental illness and BPD have suffered. All of this was well before the past 16 months, and many of these phenomena have been, as I said, amplified. And so instead, I'll say to you this: what a time of shining a light into dark places it has been, into the painful and unthinkable places around racism and discrimination and identity-based harassment and violence. It has been a sobering and deeply difficult time and task. And I have seen that this task, when we take it on, and especially when we take it on together, can give rise to hope and to new ways of thinking and of being and of living. This task, which has really been to make that which was invisible to some visible to all. And as I like to say, bringing the collective into consciousness. It is a task that I believe that with time will help us to realize that only when we know who we are and who we seek to be, can we better understand where and how we might want to bring about change. And so I truly believe that who we are as professionals in this work is intimately tied to who we are as the people who do this work. And the same is true for the patients and families that we serve. And so today I count myself lucky to be among a body of colleagues such as yourselves who are taking up the critically important issues of identity and diversity in all of its forms as the key themes of the conference for this year. And I'm proud that the vision and ongoing commitment of this conference, as it has been for 16 years, is about bringing light into dark places. Truly, this meeting brings together people who recognize that the power of our service to patients and families impacted by BPD is rooted in who we are and who we want to be. Your being here and your participating also signals your deep commitment to these topics and your acknowledgement of the importance of this work. And so I'll leave you now to enjoy the presentations, the offerings of people with lived experience who have come to share so that they might enrich the service that we provide to others. with the wish that your learning and your reflection will be nurtured and supported here, and that the seeds planted here will continue to grow and flourish well beyond today. So thank you so much, and see you next year.
Thank you, Dr. Amber Childs. So glad that she was able to join us by video for those remarks. Wanted to orient you to a few couple of housekeeping things. First of all, we are so pleased to be presenting this group of lived experience family speakers, clinicians, and researchers to talk today about identity. Our speakers will touch on different facets of identity, and we'll have lots of time for questions and answers. I want to note that talking about identity can be challenging, and hearing others' experiences with identity, invalidation, discrimination can be especially challenging. I want to invite everyone here to use self-care today as we have these critically important conversations. We will be recording our conference, so if you need to step away and take care of yourself for a bit, please do so. You can come back and check in with the video later if you wish. In the spirit of one of our favorite treatments, I also want to invite everyone to assume that everyone here is fallible and capable of making mistakes, and everyone here is committed to learning, growing, and doing better. If you hear something today that doesn't strike you as right, and if you have the bandwidth, please consider sending us some feedback, as that is how we all learn and grow. Now let's talk a little bit about how this platform works. We are so pleased to be working with Brand Live for hosting our conference. We've got an amazing team, Jeremiah, Stephen, and Malin from Brand Live behind the scenes, ensuring we have a smooth experience today. As you at home are accessing this, we recommend using Chrome as your first choice browser, Firefox as your second choice. If you have tech trouble during the day, please shoot a quick email to info@neabpd.org for some help. Our team is monitoring this address all day long, and we'll get back to you with tips. As we're going throughout our day, we hope that you'll have questions for our presenters. Please put them in the chat box on your screen. You'll see that your question is waiting approval while our behind-the-scenes team reviews it, and then the rest of the attendees will be able to see your question. As we move through our day, we'll be collecting questions for our speakers. Our research and clinical presenters will answer a few questions after their individual talks, and all of our presenters will be in a panel discussion at the end of the day, so we'll be getting in lots more of your questions answered at that time. A couple more housekeeping things for us today. After this conference is over, we will email you a Qualtrics survey to help us improve the conference for future years. You'll also need to complete this in order to get your CEs credits. If you requested CEs, once we verify your evaluation and your attendance, we'll email you the certificate. We are looking forward to a great day today together. And Marie-Paul, I think you are up next.
Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you. Identity disturbance, one of the key criteria of borderline personality disorder. How hard must it be to establish goals, to create a structure, to build a life with an unstable self-image, an unstable sense of self, without a grounding sense of identity? The life work of our first speaker, Dr. Frank Yeomans, is foundational in the understanding of personality disorders as conditions that affect the whole person, the clarity or the diffusion of that person's identity, and consequently, the quality of their life experience. A graduate of Harvard College and Yale Medical School, Dr. Yeomans is Clinical Associate Professor of Psychiatry and Director of Training at the Personality Disorders Institute of Weill Cornell University. He also lectures in psychiatry at the Center for Psychoanalytic Training of Columbia University. In addition to developing, investigating, researching, and practicing psychotherapy for personality disorders, Dr. Yeomans has helped establish training programs internationally, and he has authored and co-authored numerous articles, books, and training programs listed on his website. In fact, with Drs. Diana Diamond, Barry Stern, and Otto Kernberg, Dr. Yeomans co-authored a book on narcissistic disorders, which will be available this summer, and which will be a very welcome addition to the field. Dr. Yeomans is one of the field's most important luminaries. And we are so honored to have him join us today and to establish the base and the grounding for the concept of identity. Thank you so much for being with us today, Dr. Yeomans.
Well, thank you, Marie-Paul. It's a real honor to be here, and I hope I can meet the expectations of the conference. The NEABPD and Yale always put together a wonderful event. I want to thank you, Emily Edwards, Seth Axelrod. Those are the people I have interacted with most preparing for this. I know there are many others who've been mentioned. And of course, it's very important to remember Perry Hoffman. Without Perry, we wouldn't be here, and we'll always remember her with great gratitude. Now, I'm going to start the day with actually an overview of how we consider identity as a basic human phenomenon. And I can't think of a more important part of the human existence than identity. But let me start with a sort of a personal recollection. The image that was chosen for this conference is quite interesting to me. And it may be a coincidence, maybe it's not a coincidence. Sometimes I believe things are not coincidences. But this image, which was chosen by others, embodies a very specific recollection to me. This is the entrance to the Yale Medical School. And in 1979, when I was a medical student, there was a meeting. It's actually interesting. Up in this cupola, there's a meeting room. And the subject for that meeting, it was a talk by a young woman psychiatrist who had just finished her residency training and was embarking upon her career. And she was talking about the challenges of being a woman in psychiatry, which was then a very male-dominated field. And she was hoping that being a woman would not impinge upon or limit how far she could go with her career. But she was talking about bright signs. There was a new phenomenon emerging. Sometimes patients seeking a psychiatrist were asking specifically for a woman psychiatrist. This was a new thing then. So I was sitting in the audience, and I was sitting there as a gay medical student in the closet, as most people were at that time. And I thought to myself, I'm really happy for her. But can this ever happen to my group of gay people? And I, perhaps in tune with the spirit of those days, thought, nah, that's not going to happen. That's too much to hope for. I'm very happy to report how wrong I was, because things have changed more than I could ever have imagined. And I'm just starting with this memory to encourage you, if you're struggling, as many are, with achieving the rights one has, the right to deserve in society, and which of course we are not all yet benefiting from, or not fully benefiting from. So going on to the main topic, I'm sorry the print is a little small here, but I'll go through this. What is identity in general? Identity is one's, oh, I'm sorry. Let me read from my own slides, because this is a little smaller than I expected. How do we understand identity, and what is its importance? One's sense of identity is crucial to psychological well-being. From a psychological point of view, and I say from a psychological point of view because, as we'll hear later in the day, there are other levels at which to consider identity. But psychologically, the sense of identity can be described or defined as the subjective experience of sameness within the self. That's from Erik Erikson, and also Otto Kernberg. And identity can be considered in addition to the sense of sameness within the self, sharing some kind of essential characteristics with others. So we have to realize identity is about not only ourselves and how we think of ourselves, but how we think of ourselves in relation to others. There are different levels to consider when we think about identity. There are things we're born with, race, ethnicity, sexual orientation. There are things that we choose to some degree. I say to some degree here because we're subject to the influence of our environment. So the things we might choose are our belief system, our interests. And we also, I think, should make sure we think of identity both as individual identity and as large group identity. By the latter, I mean things like national, religious, ethnic identity. And some authors who wrote about those levels of identity are Vamek Volkan and Selin Akhtar. And of course, there's an overlap between these two levels of individual identity and large group identity. Now, I want to talk for a minute about how does identity develop. Obviously, we do not develop as people in a vacuum. And a challenge for every individual is to develop a sense of self that both suits, to develop a sense of self that suits us out of the fabric in which we grow up. This can be a challenge because sometimes who we feel we are does not fit that well into the fabric within which we have grown up. So, to continue a little bit with some of these themes, when we look inside at identity, I'm going to argue that we should start with our emotions and our feelings. It's important to remember that we start as biological beings. We, human beings, are not just the thoughts we have and the ideas we have. Human experience begins with emotions. How we experience our emotions is very much a part of who we are. So the bulk of my talk is going to be about what I call emotional identity, a stable emotional identity, because I think it's only from the foundation of a stable emotional identity that we can develop solid individual and group identities within which we can function optimally and help achieve the goals and missions that are important to us in our lives. So first, there is this inner sense of identity, how we deal with, relate to, and experience our emotions and feelings. Then we get to look outside in terms of shared belief systems, ideologies, and so on. Now, personal growth involves developing one's own set of values and beliefs in contrast to blind acceptance of a system of values. However, and I'm going to speak somewhat politically later on, so this is a little preview of that, some people don't really develop that much of an individual sense of identity. They sort of adhere to a group identity within which they've grown up and never question it. And that might be fine, but sometimes it creates problems. I find that what is most beneficial and positive in people's experience is to create a synthesis of the group values and identity within which they developed and what they feel emerges from themselves in their more personal experience. Now, I don't have time to go into a whole history of identity, but it is interesting that identity, individual identity, is considered a relatively modern concept. Historically speaking, people were much more likely to just stay identified with the group within which they developed and came into the world. And that's a little bit academic, so I don't want to get into that right now. So I'm going to review some of Erik Erikson's major contributions. And I'm going to take you through a way of understanding normal identity, identity crisis, and identity diffusion, particularly because there's often some confusion between identity crisis and identity diffusion. So, what does Erikson consider normal identity? Erikson, of course, is kind of the grandfather of thinking about identity in modern psychology. So, normal identity, and I referred to this earlier, is a consistent sense of self in combination with a sense of solidarity with a group and group identity. This develops gradually as a person moves from childhood to adulthood. It's important to keep in mind that identity involves a worldview that gives a sense of meaning. It's important. What's more important in life than a sense of meaning? Multiple studies have shown that, in addition to our own experience. So identity helps us have a sense of meaning. And identity also importantly involves some recognition of one's place in the world by significant others. In other words, it's to have a sense of who you are and to be seen as who you are. And we know that latter can be a problem. So, moving to the concept of identity crisis, this is generally a phenomenon in adolescence, and it's described as a period of lack of correspondence between the view of the adolescent by those in his or her environment that is derived from the past and the adolescent's relatively rapidly changing experience of self. With the latter, the changing experience of self, at least for a period of time, not corresponding to how the others see the adolescent. So what we have is a crisis or a possible crisis coming from the lack of confirmation by others of the adolescent's changing sense of self. To put it in the words of the adolescent, he or she might be thinking, I'm changing and these guys don't see me. They don't get me. So that's adolescent crisis, can be resolved, usually is resolved, and does not lead to severe psychological difficulties moving forward. Now, in contrast to the identity crisis of adolescence, we must understand identity diffusion. This overlaps, and actually, from my point of view, is the core of borderline difficulties in life. And identity diffusion is the lack of a clear and consistent sense of self into adulthood that is associated with difficulties with interpersonal intimacy, choices in work and career, and an increased need for psychosocial definition. When we have identity diffusion, it's very hard to make life choices. This leads to isolation and a sense of inner emptiness. One can't engage in something with a sense of certainty and satisfaction. One feels kind of left behind in life. So identity diffusion involves a painful sense of incoherence, inconsistencies in beliefs and behaviors, not knowing what you really believe in, having it change according to the context within which you are, over-identification with groups or roles, and difficulties committing to jobs, values, and goals. So I want to emphasize that over-identification with groups, because this is a little bit of a generalization, but I want to make it very clear that I don't think identity diffusion only characterizes people with BPD. I think that a lot of people in our society, in every society, have identity diffusion, but rather than experience it as individual distress, they glom on to an outside group that defines them and which stabilizes them, but which does not help them develop an individual identity. This is what you see in cults, and listen, at my age, I can be very honest. This is what I see in Trumpism. So I would argue that a lot of people who don't know who they are need to glom onto something that defines, and that's why they can't reason, because emotionally, it's so important to have that. Anyway, you can tell me during the question and answer period if I'm getting too far from the subject. So there's an additional concept I want to introduce by a psychologist named Hauser, and this has a little bit more to do with what I was describing. It's called identity foreclosure. It's a rigid role commitment to group identity or to a pathological parental identity from which the person cannot move on. And it involves a combination of isolation and submission to the identity of a leader or a group. That's the kind of belonging onto something to define you rather than defining yourself from within. So we can see if there are questions about that in the discussion period. So I think most of the talks today, very understandably, are going to be about specific identities and the challenges they involve. But I'm going to stick with the issue of emotion, the emotional level of identity formation. I'm going to shift a little bit to seeing kind of a solid and comprehensive experience of one's emotions is the foundation for building any other kind of identity. So to know oneself, it is important to know the range of one's emotion. Also, to know oneself, it is important to distinguish self from others. I say this because when we have identity diffusion in ways I will explain shortly, there can be some confusion about whose emotions are which. Identity formation from a psychological point of view is based on the integration of internal images in our minds, mental representations of who we are, and also mental representations of who others are. Keep in mind, identity isn't just our view of ourselves, it's our view of others and others in relation to us. So in psychological development, in the very early stages of infancy and toddlership and early childhood, especially then, the mental representations of self and others are connected to strong affects, to strong emotions. Feelings come before clear thoughts, concepts, and ideas. And developing a solid identity is part of a balanced personality. So let me just run through what I would see as the characteristics of a balanced personality. That would include experiences, but what I mean by experiences is internalized experiences, leaving internal representations of self and others that are complex, well differentiated, characterized by subtlety and depth versus superficiality and simple categorization. These experiences of self and others are continuous over time. They enrich as you go on. They get more deep and complex. And they are continuous across situations. You don't have rapid shifts of one experience of self and others to a totally different experience of self and others. So the experience of self and others have this complexity, this richness. They are realistic. They correspond to what's really going on. And they have a flexibility. Now, in addition to this, a balanced personality involves the ability to accurately appreciate the internal experience of others. What are others feeling and thinking? Can I get in touch with that? This is where mentalization comes into the picture. And with a balanced personality, you have the ability to adapt to the varying and challenging circumstances of life. You're flexible. You don't have like a rigid, just one note response to situations. Balanced personality also involves internalized and flexible moral values and ideals. I don't know if we think about that enough, but one's inner ethical system, one's inner moral system, is a very central part of one's identity. And ultimately, the goal of a balanced identity is to satisfy one's desires, one's wishes, and one's needs. In other words, to find some satisfaction in life, while at the same time respecting the constraints of external reality, the society within which one lives, and respecting one's own values, what one thinks is right. Now, I don't want to be naive. It's clear that there can be conflicts in this system. If you're trying to satisfy your needs, your desires, and what you think is right, when I say very superficially or simply here, you have to adjust that to the constraints of external reality. Well, what about if the society within which you live has constraints that don't fit with what you believe and who you are, like me as a gay medical student in 1979? So you don't just say, oh, I better adjust to the reality and like totally suppress who I am. This is where it gets complicated and important politically, but I want to move on with the central pathway of my presentation. So in contrast to a balanced identity, a balanced personality, how do identity problems in the personality manifest themselves? First, there's difficulty with identity when a person's sense of self and others is fragmented. How you feel or who you feel you are at one point in time and another is very different. You don't have that continuity. So there's fragmentation, there's distortion. Sometimes the sense of self is exaggerated in one direction or another, as is the sense of others. And very importantly, there's a superficiality to one's experience of self and others without a balanced and well-developed identity. And that's a shame, to go through life with a superficial sense of self. We are all rich beings, and I think one of the goals of psychotherapy is to get people beyond the inhibitions to experiencing that richness. So in this situation, when there are problems with identity, there's lack of a stable sense of who one is, lack of a stable sense of attitude, values, goals, and feelings about oneself. These are unstable and ever-changing. There is also a difficulty settling into or sustaining commitment to identity-defining roles in life. What am I going to do with my life? Will I devote myself to this or to that or to something else? With a difficulty in identity consolidation, it's very hard to settle into any one of those choices. There are kind of complex dynamics going on in the mind that make it hard to make these choices. I can't get into that level of psychotherapy right here. But with a problem with identity consolidation, then there are painful feelings of emptiness. A person may feel lost, abjectly alone, even in the presence of others. And along with this, there's difficulty reading others, difficulty being in touch empathically with others, and even being in touch empathically with oneself. The images in the mind, which I'll get to in the second half of my talk, interfere with knowing oneself in depth. So we have a difficulty reading others and reading our own emotional states, and we have a lack of continuity in time. Time is passing us by. We don't feel we're growing and building. So to continue with the identity problems in the personality, a lack of a solid sense of self is associated with difficulty managing emotions, and especially emotional extremes. And identity problems also are associated with difficulties sorting out the source of emotions. Who's feeling this, me or them? That confusion is not usually conscious, but it's a very important part of the underlying experience. And I'll get to that after. We're going to take a pause and a couple of minutes to change the ASL person. So to continue with the identity problems and personality, if you have an identity that hasn't been fully integrated into a cohesive whole, you have trouble with object relations, which is a fancy term for interpersonal relations. There's difficulty appreciating the needs of other people independent of one's own needs. There's difficulty with healthy dependency. Healthy dependency is a wonderful thing in life, but healthy dependency requires a mutuality, a back and forth that's very hard to achieve if one doesn't have a solid sense of who one is. Without a solid sense of who one is prone to be excessively dependent on somebody else. And finally, identity problems can be associated with difficulties in moral functioning, an inconsistent or lacking sense of values and ideals. And it's very important. When you get right down to it, values and ideals are what give life meaning and what give ourselves a sense of worth and value. So with identity that hasn't developed and matured fully, one can have one of two extremes, either an overly strict moral code, which doesn't allow one to satisfy one's emotional and psychological needs, or total lack of a moral code where you get unethical behavior. Again, that's an interesting topic we don't have time to go into in depth now. So at this point, I'm going to shift gears a little bit. I think we're going to change the ASL person, and let me know when I should continue. Okay, we're good, but I now have the slides. Okay, now we're done. Okay. Yeah, here we go. So I'm going to offer a very brief kind of exposition of a way that I find useful to understanding emotional development and identity development. It comes from a branch of psychoanalysis called object relations theory. And I think this helps us understand personality and identity development. This slide, which if you've ever been to an NEABPD conference before that I have presented at, you've seen, because I always start with this. This is what we call an object relations dyad. It is an experience of self and an experience of another, linked by a very intense emotion or affect. That's why there's this affect word here with the intense red and the jagged lines around it. As I said earlier, the first experiences in life are not cognitive, they are emotional. So the idea that I would like to suggest to you about object relations theory is that in early life, the developing infant and then toddler takes in experiences of an extreme nature. When the infant is having a pleasurable experience, they're in heaven. They are the satisfied self, connected to the wonderfully caretaking other. Everything is ideal. However, every infancy and childhood has moments of suffering. This can be without any trauma being in the picture and without any abuse being in the picture. Those are interesting topics that I don't have time to get into, but maybe there might be questions about that. But every infant, they're hungry some of the times, they're soiled some of the times, they're cold some of the time, and nobody's there immediately. They can't always be perfectly satisfied, which actually is good, because if the person were always satisfied immediately in the moment, they'd never grow up to be able to take care of themselves and get used to the real world. So I'm talking here about radically different pleasurable experiences and painful experiences that are not connected in the individual's mind because the young person has not yet achieved what we call object constancy. The understanding that the person who was lovingly feeding me a little while ago isn't here while I'm cold and freezing and need to be helped. So the loving person is internalized as one very unidimensional image, and the person who's not there to alleviate the suffering is internalized as the opposite without any connection. So what I would argue, and one of my slides at the end is going to show that there's some evidence base in neurobiology for this, is that in early development, the mind becomes, and this is a great simplification, but the mind becomes organized around an internal split. This is the famous splitting that people talked about in BPD, where, and here it's a little hard to see, I'm very sorry, but on the right side, you've got S, which means the self-representation with a positive sign, connected to O, which means other, with a negative sign. On the left-hand side, you've got S with a negative sign and O with a negative sign. So everything on the right-hand side is heaven, everything on the left-hand side is hell, it's persecution, it's misery. So we all grow up with basic emotions. We have loving emotions and we have aggressive emotions. That's debatable. I've debated in many conferences this idea, and some other models of therapy feel that aggression only is reactive, that people only become aggressive if they've been mistreated. From an evolutionary point of view, I think aggression is just part of human beings, because without aggression, the human species wouldn't have survived. And I think one of the things we can aspire to is channeling our aggression so we can be creative, productive, assertive, and fight for what we believe in. So in any case, the split organization is called the paranoid schizoid organization. I know that sounds fancy, but what we've got is a split, which is referred to, that's where the schizoid comes in. Schizoid means split. Where does the paranoid come in? The paranoid comes in because usually the individual is not so consciously aware of their own angry and aggressive feelings. They see that as coming from outside of them. So since they're not in touch with their own aggression, but see it as outside, they project it in our parlance. They're anxious about getting close to people, afraid they'll be hurt. Let me give you a simple example. One of my patients, a long time ago, was upset because her husband forgot their anniversary, and she started throwing things at him across the living room. And he was concerned. She wasn't that concerned. She said she thought he was the bad guy. He forgot her anniversary, their anniversary, and so she was just doing what seemed like the right thing to do. It wasn't seeming aggressive to her, it was just sort of a reaction. So I think therapy can help people see what they don't see in themselves and then master it, control it. She'd be better off saying to the husband, "This really hurt me. Do you realize, how I experienced that?" Anyway, I hope that gives you a little sense of what this paranoid schizoid position is. And I'm going to eventually connect this to politics. I'm trying to look at the time. So anyway, what we try to advance to is what we call the integrated, the balanced and complex sense of self and others. This is where, instead of seeing others very schematically as all good or all bad, we, and ourselves similarly, we realize we're a whole range, we're a complex package of emotions, and we know all of that, we get in touch with that, and we try to master that as we go through life. And similarly, we now see others as more individualized and specific according to who they are, rather than these simple representations of somebody who's pleasing me so they're all good, or frustrating me so they're all bad. Now, I'd like to introduce a concept which I think will help us moving forward. Why do we call this the depressive position? It seems very much better than this paranoid schizoid, but you have to empathize with what's going on here. In the paranoid schizoid position, there's something I would argue every one of us likes, and that's certainty about right and wrong. When you're organized in the paranoid schizoid position, you know you're right. You know the other guy's wrong. And so you don't have doubt, ambiguity, confusion. you don't connect very well with reality. You don't deal with the complexities of reality, but you have a certainty. The other thing that's nice about the paranoid schizoid position is you believe in ideal. You think somebody can be perfect. You can be perfect. That is a very damaging belief. Since no human being can be perfect, the untold suffering I've seen when people hate themselves because they haven't yet moved beyond this idea that a person can be ideal. And they then have also great difficulties pursuing the search for an ideal person and either repeatedly being disappointed or falling upon somebody who likes to be idealized and then seduces and abuses them. So anyway, we call this more advanced position the depressive position because when you begin to think this way, first of all, you have to give up your belief in the ideal self or other. So there's a mourning process of that ideal image. And secondly, you have to accept that you can be aggressive just like the next guy, and you usually feel bad about that, and that can be worked through. But I want to just say that these two states that I have described are not only a developmental pathway, they usually do develop over time, but they're not fixed in time. So under enough stress, you or I could regress or shift from the more integrated position to the split position. I mean, sometimes it's pleasurable. You go to a Yankees-Red Sox game. I'm from Boston. I know the Yankees are evil. And so even if they totally clobber the Red Sox, I know my team is good, they're bad. And for 2 hours in Fenway Park, I can enjoy that kind of certainty that goes along with the more simple way of viewing self and others. But the problem is when this kind of thinking happens at a group level. And this is what I think we have to watch out for politically. When groups begin to think in terms of that, us and them, that's when we get polarization, that's when we get scapegoating, that's when we're at risk of losing our democracy in fear of extremism and even fascism. So to get back to the current state of our society, which I think we all have to be concerned about, as soon as I heard Trump say, we got to keep those dirty Mexicans out. You know, they come, they steal, they rape. I said, oh no, please God, don't let this happen. Because that is exactly the appeal to the paranoid schizoid position. We're all good, they're bad. If it weren't for them, we could just live our goodness, make America great again. Without those bad people, we would just be one big greatness. It's totally disconnected from reality because it doesn't acknowledge our own fallibility and flaws and meanness that we're all capable of, and it totally vilifies the other. So I personally am very worried at the societal level when individuals have this paranoid schizoid organization. I can help them see it. I can help them move beyond it. When it happens at the level of society, it's very scary, and I think that's what we're all living in. So I'll move on from the politics for a moment and just describe what I see as an emotionally integrated identity. I see that as a complex mix of positive and negative personality traits that emerge or not according to the circumstances. Maybe I should give a little anecdote, but tell me, Marie-Paul, if I should stop for questions. I mean, I think I've got 10 minutes left. I've got about 2 minutes, so, anyway, I'll give it an anecdote. When I was coming out, I had this naive idea, all my gay brethren and sisterhood were like really great people, suffering, fighting for the cause, and I could trust them fully. You know, that was a little naive. Even among those fighting on my side, there were people with meanness, competitiveness, hostility. So I learned my own way, don't idealize. You're going to deal better with reality if you get into the texture of the fine grain rather than categorizing and staying with simplistic categories. So I'll repeat, I see an emotionally integrated identity as a complex mix of positive and negative personality traits that emerge or not according to the circumstances. Sometimes in the circumstances, it's really appropriate to be angry and assertive and to fight for what you believe in. And sometimes it's better to keep that to yourself. I also want to emphasize the identification with values and principles. There's a very strong connection between an integrated identity and a consistent moral code. Many of my patients, without my prompting them, as they begin to get better in therapy, say, I've been thinking about, what I believe in, what I think is right and wrong, my values. And then they start a reflection on values that can be very beneficial. So let me end, although there's one last slide, that's kind of a postscript, with this comment about therapy. A very basic way of thinking about therapy is it's helping a person to develop a coherent, satisfying, and realistic narrative of who they are. Identity can be thought of as personal narrative, and I think that we all need to have a positive and consistent narrative of ourselves. So I just would end, because this is my own insecurity. These days in psychiatry, I talk about psychological phenomena more than biological phenomena. Everybody wants to see biology. So I think that certain neurobiological studies have supported what I just described to you in terms of the paranoid schizoid position, that early radical separation of positive emotions and negative, because neurobiological studies have shown that the primitive mental mechanism of splitting that I've described can be seen as based on biological developments, that in early development, the brain areas that have positive affect and the brain areas that have negative affect are separate areas. We need to integrate these at the cortical level. We need to involve reflection. We need to involve cognition to bring together that which is biologically separate within us. I think I'll stop there and see if there are any questions.
Frank, thank you for fleshing out this multi-layered concept of the whole of oneself that we call identity, and sort of setting the groundwork for today's conference. Thank you for that. There are a multitudes of questions, and I'd like to start with sort of an overarching one, which I often hear from clients actually, who wonder in what way they are different from and similar to other people. And so the first question that I'd like to ask you is, how do people with a healthy sense of self experience that? Are they explicitly aware of it? Do they think about it? Do they recognize it? Are they able to, or are those people who have this healthy sense of self able to recognize it as such?
That's such a great question, and that's what I love about these conferences. I've been doing this stuff for decades, but I haven't had that question before, so I'm going to have to just give you my spontaneous thoughts. I think that if you've developed what I described as a balanced, integrated identity, you're not so aware of it until you encounter something different from it. And then you think, oh, why is this other person reacting so differently from how I'm reacting? Now, if you don't want to enter into the encounter with empathy, you might just get annoyed with them and don't want to have much to do with them. But I think it's through seeing extreme reactions, imbalanced reactions, that we sort of appreciate what a more balanced reaction is. But I'll go back to the politics. I don't think we have the luxury these days of not reflecting on balance in an individual, because I do see the whole Trump movement as totally imbalanced, as appealing to people who do not have their own complex and rich identity. And they're those kind of people who need an external idealized figure to latch onto, in whom they believe come hell or high water. It's kind of amazing what you can know and still believe if your need to believe is more emotional than cognitive. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Frank. There are so many other, we could talk about this all day, but Suzanne, I will let you ask another one of the amazing questions that are coming up.
I really love this next question for you, Frank. The speaker asks, could you share your thoughts on the extent to which borderline and narcissistic personality disorders are part of the same kind of set of maladaptive means of coping with identity disturbance or traumatic experiences? Are there differences in how we should approach the treatment of the two disorders, of course, recognizing that every treatment is individualized to a client?
That's such a great question. First of all, the term narcissism you have to watch out for. It has so many meanings. So I'm going to distinguish between narcissism as personality traits. And a relatively healthy and effective person can have narcissistic traits. Maybe they're a little obnoxious, a little grandiose, but they get by. So I'm going to distinguish between narcissism as traits and narcissistic personality disorder, which I see as very intimately linked with borderline personality disorder. Here's the link and here's the difference. The link is that both of the disorders have a fundamental lack of identity integration. There's different experiences of self and other that kind of float around or circulate within the person and are not consolidated into that solid sense of self. The difference is that the borderline individual is in touch with that flux and fluidity and confusion. The narcissistic person, I don't know how they do it because it's unconscious, but they develop a self-narrative that saves them from the sense of incoherence and fragmentation, but doesn't correspond to reality. So they've developed a very nice story of themselves, but it just doesn't connect with the world around them. So, but it protects them from the subjective distress of the inner fragmentation. So there are differences in techniques. With the borderline person, it's actually much easier to enter into a therapy because the chaos is kind of up front. With the narcissistic person, usually they enter into therapy tied to their narcissistic narrative of who they are, impervious to thinking any other way, quite distancing to the therapist. And I can't go into all the details, but it's a much greater challenge to just enter into the therapy.
Fascinating. Thank you so much. I'll toss it to Marie-Paul for the next question.
We only have a couple of minutes, and this is a question that probably we could speak about for a long time. But might you say, you referred to the overly strict moral code in relation to personality development. Is there, can you say a little bit more, like a couple of minutes more on this, or perhaps recommend any articles that touch on this?
Well, I have to think about articles and send that later, but I'll give you an example. That's why I think it's important for us clinicians to keep, even if we get involved in writing and teaching and stuff, to keep seeing our patients, because that's where you understand things. So it goes back to the narcissism question. There was a woman in her mid-30s who was very nice in many ways and very successful in many ways in her career, but she couldn't get close to people, and she was dying to get married and have a family, and intimate relationships never worked for her. Now, why was that? An overly rigid moral code. Not that she had that kind of naive, simplistic moral code, sex is bad, but her moral code goes back to that idea you have to be ideal. So she alienated others by her just almost obsessive need to do everything right. If she ever felt she took a misstep, it was a disaster. So she was so carefully and kind of just heavily monitoring herself that her excessive sense of what was right inhibited her from any spontaneity, from accepting what it is to be a human being with flaws and imperfections. So that's just an example where to get away from the internal fragmentation, her narcissistic narrative was, I'm the perfect person. I'm the moral compass of the world. I know exactly what's right and wrong, and that's going to guide me in my life. And it guided her in her life to the exclusion of being able to get close to anybody else.
So clear. What an image and what a representation of that, Frank. Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Yeomans, thank you for getting us started with this conference today. This was fascinating. There are many more questions, and we will have time to ask a few more of them at panel time, I am sure. But for now, thank you so very much. And to the audience, we are going to now go to a short mid-morning break. So please be sure to be back in 15 minutes. And you will hear at that time our first lived experience speaker. So 15 minutes.
See you soon.
See you in a bit. And we're so many positive comments, so many fascinating questions to the previous presentation. Thank you all for making this such a live participation in this virtual conference. Many of you did ask about the possibility of accessing the slides, and the answer is yes, absolutely. They will be posted after the conference on this page, so be sure you keep your accessing information, your registering information, and you will be able to access the slides post-conference. Suzanne.
It is my great privilege to be introducing our next speaker, Amanda Wang. When you visit Amanda's blog, you'll read that she is on a mission. Amanda founded the first in-person, peer-led support group for people with borderline personality disorder, offering much-needed support and solidarity in this community. That group has grown over 900 registered members. Amanda has been advocating and educating the research and clinical communities. They have met with then NIMH Director Dr. Tom Insel, spoken at Yale, Columbia, and the National Alliance for Mental Illness, and written extensively. Amanda received the Fountain House Humanitarian Award in 2017 for all of this advocacy work. Amanda carries an urgent message. Suicide is preventable. Hope is real. It takes all of us. And in people telling their stories, hope and change become possible. Here to inspire, motivate, and galvanize us is Amanda Wang.
Good morning. When I was 9 years old, I visited my aunt in California, and my cousin found an injured hummingbird in his backyard. It had blue and green iridescent feathers, and it could fit in the palm of our little hands. We placed it in a shoebox and gave it water and forsythia flowers for food. We didn't know what we were doing, but every few hours we checked in on it. But after a few days, however, and for reasons we could not figure out, the hummingbird died. We buried it underneath a tree, and we went on with our lives. I have not thought about the hummingbird until last night as I frantically began writing my talk for today. For most of my adult life, I subconsciously thought of myself as that hummingbird, destined to die sooner rather than later, no matter how much help I got. Because of this, I have been filled with many questions surrounding my identity. Here are some. Who am I? Should I continue to exist? Why am I suffering? Why does my suffering make any sense? And because of that, how am I supposed to make meaning out of my suffering? What is my purpose? And finally, can it help me endure all this pain? Unfortunately, I kept all these questions to myself and instead stayed steady on my course. I did what I thought I was supposed to do, whether it came from my parents, from school, from church, or from society at large. I thought that if I did everything right, if I followed the rules, if I was obedient, then life would be good to me. And so I prayed and went to church. I went to school and got married and got a job and went to parties. I pretended I was part of the status quo, normal and happy, always smiling. And as hard as I tried to make those things work, something was terribly wrong. I was dying. I mean, where do I begin? I prayed to God for comfort and understanding or even hope, but heard no answer. I dropped out of art school because of my undiagnosed mental illness and settled in on a dead-end job because of the insurance. The most difficult thing I had to bear was the fact that I loved my husband, but it turns out I'm gay. I tried hard to hide that one for the sake of our marriage, and later for the sake of our family. We have a son. I tried to hide my loneliness, my anxiety, my inability to synthesize who I was with how I wanted to lead my life. And then it began. I started self-harming on a regular basis. Anytime I started to feel conflicted inside or felt my anxiety climb or became too hopeless. And when I abstained from self-harm, it was replaced with urges to kill myself. It came in with full force. There were images and voices and actions popping up in my head of things I'd rather not tell my therapist because I didn't want to worry her. I hated who I was and thought everyone secretly hated me too. I insisted I was unworthy of existing. This was more than an existential crisis. I literally believed I should not exist. And over time, this became my standard reflex, my identity. I was fixated with suicide. I asked, how can I justify my death? When will I finally be brave enough to kill myself? Is today the day I finally do it? These thoughts and questions peppered my mind every day, every hour, on the hour. The urge is so great, it would feel as if I were wrestling an angel, using all my strength, will, and might to fight off suicide. That was my identity for over 15 years of my life. And for all that time, I was still determined to find the why to my existence in order to bear anyhow, as Nietzsche said so famously. In other words, I needed to know my purpose so I could endure my suffering and will myself away from suicide. But I couldn't find it no matter how hard I tried. And I knew at the rate I was going, I was running out of time. But every once in a while, you catch a break in life and meet someone who changes the trajectory of your story. I've had my fair share of therapists, mentors, and teachers, some better than others, but I knew almost immediately that when I met my new therapist, we would be doing some heavy lifting. 6 years ago, I would walk into a therapist's office on the Upper West Side of New York City and start the same old routine with her as I did with all my other therapists. I would say very little, but Carrie would have none of it. She was enthusiastic, nurturing, and curious. She would ask me about what made me come alive and encourage me to find my meaning. There was something that she gave that I didn't even know I could have. She modeled behavior I always wanted to have inside of me. It was perhaps, yes, another avenue to a better life. Amanda, she said, I'm shaking things up here. You remember those little snow globes that you shook and shook to make the little town get into a flurry? Well, that's what I'm doing here with you. I just want to show you there's another way. You don't have to accept what I'm showing you, but I want you to see that you have a choice. You can stay where you are, or you can see the other way of looking at things, of another way to live your life. You have that option. I don't want you to think that you're stuck with only one way to live and that one way is causing you to lead a life of pain and suffering. I want you to know there are ways out there. Amanda, you are a person who struggles with worthiness, but worthiness is not all that you are. You are much, much more than that. That's Carrie. I don't know how she did it, but she got me feeling again. I would stutter and stammer, and I would say nothing for minutes on end, and sometimes I would not look at her at all. At the end of session, I'd run to the bathroom, crouch in a corner, and cry my eyes out. Despite all this, she got through to me with consistency, irreverence, patience, and dare I say love. I started to open up. And then she would say something that would change the course of my life. Amanda, she says, you have a great desire to connect with people in a real and authentic way, to show others who you really are. You must keep on trying. You have to follow that desire. Otherwise, you'll most likely end up in the hospital again, or worse. And that's when I started to make changes in my life. My relationship with suicide was too dangerous, beyond my control. And every time I landed in the hospital, the means to which I would make an attempt became more and more dangerous. I had to change something, or else it would end me. And so I came out gay and transgender to my family, despite knowing the risk I was taking. I had to be true to one thing, and that was to myself, if not to survive suicide, but to at least set an example for my 2-year-old son. Not only did I survive it, but I have also grown from it. It's been 2 years since I've come out, and it turns out that even though my husband and I are separated, we make a great co-parenting team and are good friends. I actually have an amazing girlfriend, which I didn't think was possible, but came true somehow. And I have a family that supports who I am in ways I can never imagine before. You see, I'm not just a gay, transgender, first-generation Filipino American. I'm not only an artist and storyteller and a daughter and a mother. I'm not just a psychiatric patient with 6 hospitalizations diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. I am all of these things and none of these things. I am everywhere and nowhere. As Maya Angelou said, you are free. You are only free when you realize you belong no place. You belong every place, no place at all. The price is high. The reward is great. The price was high. It almost took my life too soon. But lately, I've seen this reward. It's beautiful. It's simple. Living a life as authentic as possible to who I am creates a life well lived. I am happy for the first time in my adult life. Finally, I have realized that I no longer depend on death to give me my life meaning. No longer do I identify with suicide as my saving grace. Instead, it is here, right now, connecting with you that I can live. It is living in the moment with intention and with compassion. It is knowing that I can love and am loved and that I can love myself. And it is there that I discover it's not about worth. It's about conversations and connections and experiences and being and doing. It's about the process of becoming. And that is ultimately how I identify. I am in the process of becoming. Sometimes I can't believe I say it, but it's true. 2 years ago, and a few days after my latest discharge from the hospital, and my most dangerous suicide attempt yet, I met up with Carrie. In the middle of session, she asked me a question. She says, I know this might be strange to ask, but how do you think I would feel if you died by suicide? Maybe angry at me for not communicating, I said, or upset that I didn't give it my best shot. She asked, you don't think I'd be devastated? I said, upset, yes. Devastated, no. She said, even after all those times I've committed to watch you speak, after all those conversations, tears started to well up in my eyes. I began to think of our history together, our relationship. I began to think of all the progress we made together when I revealed to her things I only told myself and how she was there during my struggles. How could she hold so much value in our relationship, I wondered. It was like a well-oiled reflex. A part of me didn't want to accept it. I said, if I believe in our relationship, Carrie, then that would mean I would have to let go of death. She said, maybe if you believed in our relationship, then you wouldn't want death around after all. Amanda, I believe we share something. I believe that we were put here for a reason. I begin to cry. The lie I'm telling myself is that I don't matter. No one cares. I'm not worthy. It's so hard for me to accept this isn't true. For someone so desperate to connect and feel so alone, I fear accepting another person's love for me. But with each session, each conversation, I begin to believe. I begin to believe that I have a story to share, that I can change my narrative. And whether she realizes it or not, she has showed me glimpses of what's possible. I might not have all the answers to my litany of questions about my existence and place in the world, what my identity is, and whether it's a healthy one. And in some ways, I'm okay with that. My identity has evolved, some has stayed, and some has been revealed. All this to say, maybe nothing was ever wrong with my identity after all. Maybe it was just the way I survived until I knew a better way to live. My therapist helped me find that better way to live. She gave me that gift. Thank you, Carrie, for believing in me when I could not believe in myself. You have saved my life many times over. And now, after all the work we've done, now I can finally say I'm living my life. Suffice it to say, I no longer view myself as that broken hummingbird. The urge to kill myself no longer looms large, and I've been working on expressing myself in real time instead of bottling up all my emotions inside. I continue to tell my story, whether it's in session, talking to my son, or in a room full of wonderful people like yourselves. I'm an active participant in my life, breathing, connecting, feeling, and doing. Somehow, I'm alive. Somehow, something happens when you shake things up and believe there's another way to live. You become. Thank you.
Oh my goodness, Amanda, thank you so much for sharing this. I get tearful as you were speaking. What a story, and just what a sense of a journey, growing to understand who you were and growing to, as you said, love who you are. Thank you so much for being here and sharing this with all of us.
You're welcome.
I have a question for you or
Okay.
two, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
I'm wondering if you can tell me, what were some of the first signs for you that you were starting this process of seeing yourself and beginning to love yourself? Were there kind of things you started to notice that you were doing differently?
I think it was really the help of my therapist. She was able to model things for me that I couldn't see myself. She noticed patterns that I was doing, and she showed me other ways to live out my life. I think it started with my first steps of sharing who I was to someone else that I trusted. And that was the first step.
Wonderful. Sounds like it was a gradual process, but it was those first little steps in session, and then kind of getting bolder and sharing more.
Yes, definitely.
Wonderful.
Can I add one quick thing, Suzanne? Would you mind?
Yes,
Amanda, last time you and I were presenting, sharing a stage, not virtual, you had a standing ovation. At the end of your speech, it was the Fountain House event. There was a standing ovation. This huge room filled with people just stood up as one to applaud you. And I know that if we were all in the same room, the same thing would happen right now.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you.
Oh, Amanda, thank you so much. I know that we will have many more questions for you when we rejoin our panel at the end of the day.
Okay.
And we will see you there. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
It is my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Alex Keuroghlian. If you have ever experienced discrimination at the hands of a healthcare professional, you may have thought, if only that provider had better training. Dr. Alex Keuroghlian, MD, MPH, is one of the people leading the charge to develop better practices by changing and training the next generations of physicians. As Associate Professor of Psychiatry at Harvard Medical School and co-director of the Harvard Medical School Sexual and Gender Minority Health Equity Initiative, they are designing and integrating sexual and gender minority health education components for Harvard Medical School's curriculum, as well as other medical schools and health systems in New England and beyond. Dr. Keuroghlian established the Massachusetts General Hospital Psychiatry Gender Identity Program and is Clerkship Director for the 4th-year elective in Sexual and Gender Minority Health at Harvard Medical School. In addition to their clinical education, he directs the National LGBTQIA+ Health Education Center at the Fenway Institute and mentors more junior researchers, helping to grow the field. We are so pleased to be presenting you today with Dr. Alex Keuroghlian. Please welcome him.
Hi there. Nice to be with you all. You can hear me? Looks like you can. I'm getting some waving. Excellent. Well, pleasure to be joining you. Many thanks to the organizers of the conference for this wonderful event. I see some names already that I know from my days going off the deep end doing borderline personality disorder work at McLean Hospital as an MGH McLean psychiatry resident. So it's wonderful to be back in this world that I have such fond memories of working in, and that's informed all the work that I do in the area of LGBTQI+ health. I was asked to speak with you all today about how we can distinguish and address gender minority stress, which we'll talk about quite a bit, and borderline personality symptoms. And hopefully through this presentation, it'll become clear why this is such a relevant topic, one that comes up often and has some profound implications for patient care. We'll explain what gender minority stress is and its relationship to mental health disparities and inequities experienced by transgender and gender diverse communities. We'll apply a gender minority stress framework when considering borderline personality symptoms among transgender and gender diverse people. And we'll talk about how to tailor evidence-based interventions for borderline personality disorder based on a gender minority stress framework. A word about our education center. One of my hats is to direct the National LGBTQI+ Health Education Center at the Fenway Institute in Boston. This is funded by the U.S. Bureau of Primary Healthcare to implement evidence-informed interventions and provide education, training, technical assistance, and implementation science focused on health programs and systems for LGBTQI+ communities. We do work in all 50 states, in DC and Puerto Rico, and increasingly around the world, in Uganda, Jamaica, India, South Korea, Poland, Switzerland, and elsewhere. Please feel free to check out our resources on our website. We have many webinars by national leaders in this area that are then recorded and available for free on our website and available for continuing education credits. Over 80 best practice guidelines and briefs, including this one on how to create a transgender health program within your organization. We have interactive learning modules, recordings from our Harvard Medical School continuing education conferences on advancing excellence in transgender health, and many more. So feel free to check it out, all available for free and easy to access. Much of what I'm going to present today, we articulated in a paper in the Harvard Review of Psychiatry in 2019, which is shown here on distinguishing and addressing gender minority stress and borderline personality symptoms. When I don't make an attribution to a particular reference, when I don't provide a citation, what I'm presenting can be found in an expanded upon way in this article. As many of you are probably aware, there's increasing visibility in clinical settings for transgender and gender diverse people seeking mental health care or seeking referrals for medical and surgical interventions to affirm their gender identity. Doing the work that we do around the country, education, training, and technical assistance, we encounter many clinicians and care teams who express hesitation to deliver or offer referrals for gender affirming care. And they often tell us that they wonder whether a patient's stated transgender or gender diverse identity is caused by some kind of unstable self-image in the context of identity diffusion, say in the setting of borderline personality disorder. And There's a paucity of research on diagnosing and treating borderline personality disorder among transgender or gender diverse people, or as we say, gender minority folks, and a lack of guidelines for mental health clinicians who generally are seeking to learn more and make informed and compassionate recommendations for patients or provide informed and compassionate care themselves. I'm going to start by explaining how we conceptualize gender diversity, which is certainly something I didn't have in an adequate sense in my medical school training as a psychiatry resident. It's really when I got over to Fenway Health in Boston, a historically LGBTQI+ health center, and started caring for a very high volume of transgender and gender diverse patients that I learned this on the job. And we're trying to change that. Certainly at our medical school, we're 3 years into a sexual and gender minority health equity initiative to reform and develop this within our medical education system. It's not part of the standard curriculum for physicians, for psychologists, for social workers, for nurses. So we do need to improve that. And for the time being, what we have is the kind of continuing education that I mentioned that we offer through our center. So starting from scratch here and not making assumptions about where folks in today's event are at. When babies are born in most countries and cultures around the world, they're typically assigned one of two sexes based on physical sex characteristics, female or male. In some cases, intersex if they have characteristics of sex development, variations in sex development that don't fit traditional binary notions of female or male bodies. We now know that these babies grow up, become children, adolescents, and adults who may have a gender identity, a core fundamental inner sense of their gender that does not align with society's expectations based on the sex they were assigned when they were born. So what is gender identity? It's a person's inner sense of being a girl, woman, boy, man, something beyond girl, boy, or woman, man, or having no gender at all. All people have a gender identity, and we also appreciate that many people have a gender identity that doesn't fit one of society's two traditional categories of either being a girl or being a boy, either being a woman or being a man. So we increasingly acknowledge that many people have what we would refer to as a non-binary gender identity. And if you look at the US Trans Survey of 28,000 folks nationally, 35% endorsed having a non-binary gender identity. And as we look at younger and younger cohorts in the US, increasingly, more and more people are comfortable identifying in this way, which reflects a natural diversity in gender that exists among humans. It's not a binary construct the same way height isn't a binary construct, skin color isn't a binary trait among humans, and so on. That's gender identity. Gender expression is how a person expresses or communicates their gender to other people. This may be through your mannerisms, the way you walk, your voice, the way you dress, your hairstyle. And gender expression is also quite complex. It's not necessarily the case that people assigned female sex at birth would want to or ought to express their gender in a traditionally feminine way, whatever that means. And it's not necessarily the case that people assigned male sex at birth would want to or ought to express their gender in a traditionally masculine way, whatever that means. Gender expression is also contextual. Someone may have a more feminine gender expression at work and a more masculine gender expression at home, for example. It's cultural. What's considered feminine or masculine in one culture is not necessarily the same in another culture. And the reality is each of us has aspects of our gender expression that society would consider both traditionally feminine with regard to some traits and traditionally masculine with regard to some other traits. So we all have both of these within us and in how we express our gender at different times. What does the term transgender mean? It's an umbrella term for people who have a gender identity that doesn't fit society's expectations based on the sex they were assigned when they were born. In terms of binary gender identities, if someone was assigned male sex at birth and identifies as a woman, they may refer themselves as a transgender woman, as a trans woman, simply as a woman. Someone assigned female sex at birth who identifies as a man may refer themselves as a transgender man, as a trans man, simply as a man. And non-binary people may refer themselves as non-binary, may refer themselves as genderqueer, may refer themselves as gender fluid, which implies a gender identity that's more dynamic and potentially going to evolve over time. This has implications when we think about distinguishing and addressing gender minority stress and borderline personality symptoms, as we'll get to in a moment. We also use the terms transfeminine and transmasculine that are inclusive of people with both binary and non-binary gender identities. A transfeminine person is someone assigned male sex at birth who identifies more with femininity than with masculinity. They may identify in a traditional binary way as a woman. They may also not. And transgender and gender diverse people in many cases will undergo a gender affirmation. We used to refer to this more as a gender transition. We tend to use the term affirmation more because it emphasizes the current affirmed gender identity rather than the sex of the person was assigned at birth, which trans and gender diverse people typically by and large do not want emphasized. And this is the process of changing from living and being perceived as a gender society typically associates with the sex you were assigned when you were born, to living and being perceived the way you understand yourself. And this includes psychological affirmation, coming to terms with and understanding your own gender identity, social affirmation, which can include changing your name, changing your pronouns, changing your gender marker on government-issued documentation, changing the way you dress. Part of that is legal affirmation or document change in terms of gender markers. And then there's medical affirmation, which includes gender-affirming hormone therapy. That can include pubertal suppressant medication in 10 or stage 2 of puberty, gonadotropin-releasing hormone analogs like Lupron, and then initiating either testosterone or estradiol for secondary sex characteristics subsequently. And people even who don't receive pubertal suppression in puberty at any stage in adolescence or adulthood can initiate gender-affirming hormone therapy with either testosterone or estradiol. And then there's gender-affirming surgical care. And there are a range of gender-affirming surgical procedures. Not every transgender and gender diverse person necessarily wants these various forms of affirmation. Not everybody legally changes their name, for example, or their government-issued documentation. Not everybody pursues gender-affirming hormone therapy. Not everybody pursues gender-affirming surgery or all the possible types of gender-affirming surgery for their gender identity. A word about sexual orientation, just because the two are often conflated. Gender identity and sexual orientation are two different concepts, two different experiences. Everyone has both a sexual orientation and a gender identity. Each of us participating today in this session have one of each. Sexual orientation is how a person identifies their physical, emotional, and romantic attachments to other people with regard to gender. We think about this in three components. There's desire. This is whom someone is attracted to. When I was in med school, I was trained to ask, are you attracted to women, men, or both? We've moved beyond that. Now we ask, do you have attractions to other people, to make room for asexual and aromantic people? If the person says yes, then we would ask, who are you attracted to generally, or what are the genders of the people you're attracted to acknowledge that there are more than two possible genders. Then there's behavior. This is whom someone is engaging in intimate or sexual activity with and what type of intimate or sexual activity. Then there's sexual orientation identity, and this refers to the range of labels and communities that exist in society that a person may or may not affiliate with regarding their sexual orientation. Some of the more common ones include straight, gay, lesbian, bisexual, queer, asexual, pansexual. We have a glossary of terms on our website you can check out at lgbtqiahealtheducation.org with regard to gender identity, gender expression, sex development, and sexual orientation. Transgender and gender diverse people may have the full range of sexual orientations. You can't predict somebody's sexual orientation based on the fact that they're, say, a transgender woman or a transgender man. That was a lot pretty quickly. I appreciate that and apologize for it. I think it'll be helpful context as we move forward. Historically, there is documentation throughout countries, civilizations, eras in history of people living as a gender not expected based on their society with regard to their sex assigned at birth. So this is a common experience and a common historical phenomenon across civilizations and across time of gender diversity with regard to sex assigned at birth. In the mid-20th century, the American medical community started paying closer attention to gender diversity. And with few exceptions, psychiatrists and other medical experts regarded transsexuals, as people were referred to at the time, as by and large mentally ill, delusional, or sexually deviant. In 1980, the DSM-3 added a diagnosis of transsexualism, categorizing it under psychosexual disorders and describing it as generally being a form of moderate to severe coexisting personality disturbance. DSM-3 added uncertainty of gender identity as an example of identity disturbance among people with borderline personality disorder. And much of the literature in this area in the 1980s discussed gender minority identities as a possible subtype of borderline personality disorder or other personality disorders. Although in DSM-4R, there was no longer a gender identity reference under borderline personality disorder diagnosis, this version of the DSM used the terminology of gender identity disorder and disturbance as diagnostic guidance for gender minorities. And this lent ongoing credence to the notion that gender diversity was inherently pathological. It wasn't until 2013 with the publication of DSM-5 that gender identity disorder was replaced with a diagnosis of gender dysphoria to move beyond implying that the identity itself is disordered in some way. And this label of gender dysphoria was chosen to emphasize the need to alleviate dysphoria through gender affirmation rather than to treat psychopathology. So this really opened the gates for a lot more access to gender-affirming medical and surgical care. Insurance companies started covering gender-affirming medical and surgical care. The Affordable Care Act had a provision to prohibit discrimination based on gender identity as a pre-existing condition. In Massachusetts, Rhine-based, in 2014, right after this, Deval Pastrick, our governor at the time, signed into law prohibition of exclusion from insurance coverage for gender-affirming hormone therapy and surgery. The American Medical Association since 2008 had declared gender-affirming medical and surgical care medically necessary treatment for transgender and gender diverse people. And despite this shift towards a more affirming approach for gender minorities, many people still believe that any inclusion of a gender identity-related diagnosis in the DSM will prime clinicians to view gender minorities as mentally ill or to view this as a form of psychopathology in some way. This is the gender dysphoria diagnosis in the DSM. It basically refers to a marked incongruence between one's experienced or expressed gender and assigned gender of at least 6 months duration, associated with clinically significant distress or impairment in social and occupational functioning. There are different diagnoses, slightly for children and adolescents than there are for adults. Again, this is very controversial, having any diagnosis in the DSM related to an oppressed minority population. We published this piece in June of last year in the British Journal of Psychiatry on envisioning a future for transgender and gender diverse people beyond the DSM. So there's a big push among community advocates to uncouple gender diversity from the inherent stigma of any diagnostic classification in the DSM. There's a close look being taken at non-diagnosis codes like Z codes in ICD-10 and Q codes in ICD-11 that's a factor in status and still reimbursement by third-party payers for care. I have time in my week where I see patients who don't need to see me for longitudinal psychiatric care, but need an evaluation for gender-affirming surgery from a doctoral level mental health clinician. I have to say, patient meets diagnostic criteria for gender dysphoria each time. Couldn't I potentially seek reimbursement without a diagnosis for something like psychiatric evaluation preceding gender-affirming surgical intervention? And this wouldn't have an assumption of distress or psychopathology associated with it. There are many people for whom gender-affirming hormone therapy and surgery are clearly indicated and beneficial. These people aren't necessarily walking around with some kind of crippling distress, the way that we conventionally think about gender dysphoria. In terms of prevalence of borderline personality disorder among transgender and gender diverse people, the literature reports a wide variability in prevalence of BPD and other personality disorders among trans and gender diverse folks. It ranges from 1% to 33%, with all but one of those studies reporting a prevalence of 7% or less. These used very wide-ranging terminology to describe transgender and gender diverse people. There are 2 other studies that reported a prevalence of 8% in one case and 23% in another case of access to cluster B personality disorders among transgender and gender diverse people. Studies that measured all personality disorders reported a range of BPD of 2% to 81%, so wildly variable, with highly inconsistent findings that aren't surprising if you think about it, given the methodological variability across these studies using very different eligibility criteria. For example, clients diagnosed with gender identity disorder seeking surgery at gender identity clinics in one case, in another case, outpatient clients in different stages of gender affirmation, in another case, doing a study with the general population recruited from, and variability in the measures used to assess gender minority identity or status and psychiatric morbidity. DSM diagnostic definitions for transgender and gender diverse people also fluctuated over the years. So these studies were done at different points where maybe this was being defined differently in the DSM. And studies were conducted in different countries, Iran, Italy, Serbia, Sweden, United States, with different cultural norms regarding gender diversity. And contradictory findings may have arisen in part as a result of selection bias and limitations in the study designs. All were cross-sectional. Many had sample sizes of less than 100 participants. So due to this variability in findings, the small sample sizes, diversity of settings in which the studies were conducted, lack of longitudinal data, and other limitations in the literature, it's really difficult to know what the prevalence of borderline personality disorder is among transgender and gender diverse people. The authors of these studies pretty consistently concluded that psychiatric morbidity among trans and gender diverse people doesn't indicate that a gender minority identity is disordered or is an outcome of psychiatric illness. Instead, the authors concluded that psychiatric problems among transgender and gender diverse people may develop, among other possibilities, as a result of challenges of living as a stigmatized minority in a discriminatory environment. Now, increasingly in clinical care and research and policy work focused on transgender and gender diverse populations, we refer to what's known as a minority stress framework or a gender minority stress framework. The idea here is that transgender and gender diverse people from early childhood, developmentally through adolescence and early adulthood, older adulthood, experience everyday discrimination, victimization, microaggressions, frank violence, unfortunately, at a much higher prevalence than the general population. The FBI has reported in recent years that the population that experiences the highest incidence of hate crimes in the US is African-American transgender women. So this is the horrific reality that many people are living with. And we think of all of this as external stigma-related stress. External stigma-related stress over time can lead for people to disruptions in certain general psychological processes like coping skills, emotional regulation, interpersonal functioning, having certain cognitive structures that may be protective in the moment and understandable given these developmental experiences, but are actually perpetuating distress, like believing it's never going to get better, nobody can be trusted, no one will ever love me. And all this external stigma-related stress can lead to internal stigma-related stress, internalized transphobia, expecting rejection, believing all the negative things that society has to say about your gender identity or expression, and identity concealment for fear of being mistreated or abused. All this external and internal stigma-related stress, we think, is related to what we see in the literature among transgender and gender diverse people, which is a higher prevalence of various behavioral health problems, depressive disorders, anxiety disorders, post-traumatic stress disorder, in some cases substance use disorders, apparently as a way to cope with all this stigma-related stress. Decreased self-care, decreased engagement in mental health care and in primary medical care, and down the road a much higher prevalence of various physical health problems as well. Data from the US Trans Survey of 28,000 people from every state in the US, including from Connecticut, showed that over 10% reported a family member was violent towards them because they were transgender, 8% were kicked out of the house because of their gender identity. Many experienced serious mistreatment in school, like verbal harassment, physical attacks, sexual assault because of their gender identity, and 17% experienced such severe mistreatment that they had to leave high school because of it before graduating. Transgender and gender diverse people also report much higher prevalence of poverty compared to the general population, much higher unemployment, much lower home ownership, and much higher likelihood of experiencing homelessness in the past year and across the lifetime. This is a paper we published in the American Journal of Public Health out of the US Trans Survey, looking at psychological attempts to change a person's gender identity from transgender to cisgender. And this is referred to in popular parlance as conversion therapy. We intentionally don't call it therapy because that implies it's a legitimate clinical practice, which it's not. In fact, it's quite harmful, as we'll see in a moment. And this is a heat map from the study showing prevalence of gender identity conversion efforts across the US. You can see that there are some geographic trends in terms of hotspots. And we did this partially because there's sort of advocacy and legal battle happening state by state to pass bans on conversion efforts for gender identity and sexual orientation. Less than half the states in the US have a ban on conversion efforts. Massachusetts just passed its ban in April of 2019 after several years. And what often happens is that the State House, for example, will pass a ban, and then the governor may say, well, we don't have conversion therapy in our state, so we don't need a ban, and veto it. That happened in Maine it was 2 years ago. The governor vetoed a ban on conversion efforts. So we published this to say, actually, conversion efforts do occur in every state and occur at high prevalence. We found that 14% of transgender and gender diverse people have been exposed to gender identity conversion efforts in their lifetime, which is approximately 188,000 transgender and gender diverse people in the US. If we look at the US Trans Survey, again, 39% of people report serious psychological distress in the past month compared to 5% of the general population. 40% of transgender and gender diverse people attempt suicide in their lifetime. That's higher than for any other minority population in the US. And that risk of attempting suicide decreases dramatically when people are able to access gender-affirming medical and surgical care. So it's important to think about gender-affirming care for transgender and gender diverse people as life-saving treatment. The risk of attempting suicide, or the lifetime prevalence of suicide attempts, is higher for gender minority adults than it is for presumed cisgender sexual minority adults like lesbian, gay, bisexual, queer people who are not transgender or gender diverse. And both of these are much higher than they are in the general population. This is a study we published last year in JAMA Psychiatry, again using the US Trans Survey, looking at the relationship between gender identity conversion efforts and suicide attempts. And just to, this isn't from our study, this is from the US Trans Survey, but 48% of respondents in the past year had suicidal ideation, 24% had a plan, 7% of the past year attempted suicide. And we can see that of the 40% who attempted suicide at some point in their life, 34% had their first attempt by age 13 and 92% by age 25. So those of you who work with trans and gender diverse children, adolescents, and adults are in a position to potentially really save lives and change someone's life trajectory. These are the findings from our study that I just mentioned. We found that lifetime exposure to gender identity conversion efforts was associated with more than twice the odds of attempting suicide in someone's life. Exposure to conversion efforts before age 10 was associated with more than 4 times the odds of attempting suicide in a person's lifetime. And interestingly, there was no difference in outcomes between conversion efforts by a religious advisor versus a secular type professional. Any effort to, so it's not the religious component that's dangerous, it's any effort to change someone's gender identity from transgender or gender diverse to cisgender. This study was then cited by the American Medical Association when they passed a resolution in support of a federal US ban on conversion efforts, and in June of last year by the United Nations General Assembly when they passed a resolution in support of an international ban on conversion efforts. Neither of those bans have happened yet. It's just, resolutions in support of them. Now, as I've mentioned, trans and gender diverse people experience chronic stigma-related stress, and the thinking is that this has manifestations that resemble symptoms of borderline personality disorder, whether people meet full diagnostic criteria for borderline personality disorder or not. And gender minority-related stress, manifestations of it, may explain why some of the studies that I mentioned earlier report a higher prevalence of borderline personality symptoms among trans and gender diverse people than what's known to be the case in the general population, and why clinicians sometimes may mistakenly formulate a patient as having borderline personality disorder when in fact, mechanistically, that's not what's going on. They're experiencing societal stigma, discrimination, and what we're seeing are manifestations of gender minority stress. Borderline personality disorder, as we know, is thought in part to develop in response to chronically invalidating early childhood environments or developmental environments. And childhood maltreatment is common generally among transgender and gender diverse children because of their gender identity or expression. And this may lead clinicians to think that transgender or gender diverse identity and borderline personality disorder have a common etiology. And it's important to note, while punishing a child continually for gender expansive behaviors could conceivably lead to disruptions in attachments later in life, childhood mistreatment is only one of several forms of stigma and abuse experienced by trans and gender diverse people. And this sort of pervasive societal stigma, discrimination, and abuse as a result of a person's transgender or gender diverse identity continues well into adulthood and throughout a person's lifespan. It's not restricted to that early developmental period. A word about self-injurious behavior. In addition to attachment challenges, as we know in BPD, there may be a high risk or high occurrence of suicide attempts, as well as non-suicidal self-injurious behavior. This was once thought to be basically pathognomonic for BPD. We now know that it's not necessarily the case. As many as 41% of transgender and gender diverse people, as I mentioned, have attempted suicide in their lifetime. Up to 53% report lifetime non-suicidal self-injurious behavior. This is often directed towards gender-identifying body parts and in the context of body dysphoria among folks who haven't been affirmed in their gender identity yet and haven't accessed desired gender-affirming medical and surgical care. Suicidal behavior and non-suicidal self-injurious behavior among people with BPD may primarily be associated with impulsivity, low distress tolerance, co-occurring major depressive disorder, substance use disorder. Suicidal ideation and attempts and non-suicidal self-injury among trans and gender diverse people are thought to largely be responses to societal discrimination and rooted in experiences of gender dysphoria and gender minority stress. Rejection sensitivity is a characteristic of borderline personality disorder. It's also something we see often among transgender and gender diverse people who experience chronic gender minority stress and rejection as a result of their gender identities. We see this in qualitative research, for example, working with trans and gender diverse people. And over time, these experiences of rejection and rejection sensitivity, I was lucky to work and train under John Gunderson, who formulated borderline personality disorder this way, can adversely affect emotional regulation, coping skills, interpersonal functioning, cognitive processes. And all these are categories of impairment similar to what's standard in borderline personality disorders. So we see this alignment between how we understand pathways within a gender minority stress framework for the disproportionate burden of behavioral health problems and physical health problems among trans and gender diverse people. Those mechanisms and pathways are a lot of how we think about and diagnose borderline personality disorder. And although stigma related to having a gender minority identity can produce this sort of rejection sensitivity and symptoms that may resemble or mimic borderline personality disorder, in many cases, we could conceptualize these as reasonable or even adaptive responses to the kind of pervasive societal stigma that trans and gender diverse folks experience, rather than kind of reflexively thinking of this as an underlying personality disorder. Sure. Okay, great, thank you. If we think about impulsivity, also a hallmark and diagnostic criterion for BPD, it's often interpreted as being present among trans and gender diverse people who may be viewed in some cases, particularly in the context of pervasive educational discrimination, employment discrimination, housing discrimination, as engaging in survival sex, for example, may be perceived as having high-risk sexual behaviors that are viewed as impulsive or interpreted as impulsive. And it's important for clinicians to make that attribution with caution, and only after considering the context of gender-related stigma and discrimination that trans and gender diverse folks experience. A study of 300 transgender adults in the US reported a significant association between engaging in sexual risk behaviors and expecting rejection and experiencing gender-related discrimination specifically. Qualitative studies with transgender women of color found that participants clearly distinguished engaging in high-risk sexual activity from impulsive behavior per se. And this sexual activity often occurred in the context of survival sex work, as I mentioned, after rejection by families of origin and discrimination in the workplace. And in many cases, having multiple male partners in the study was one of the ways in which people were able to affirm their gender identity as women. It can be very affirming to finally be accepted in your gender identity or gender expression in an intimate context with sexual partners, for example. So rather than kind of thinking of this as impulsivity the way we would conceptualize it traditionally in BPD, there are other gender minority stressors and drivers that may be at play. Clinicians may perceive these behaviors as impulsive. They can also, as mentioned before, be interpreted potentially as reasonable and well-planned survival or developmental behaviors within communities that are severely economically and socially marginalized. Important to note, and can't be overstated, the extent to which trans and gender diverse people experience barriers to accessing gender-affirming care. Trans and gender diverse communities have a long history of rejection when attempting to pursue physical and mental health care. Both gender-affirming physical and mental health care, but even, say, primary medical care or mental health care in general, and being harassed within healthcare contexts or denied treatment because of their gender identity or expression. Or encountering clinicians, as mentioned earlier, who try to convert their gender identity rather than providing the care that the patient is presenting for in the first place. Trans and gender diverse people, therefore, often have very profound mistrust of clinicians at first, and clinicians may observe pronounced affective responses by trans and gender diverse patients to perceived slights, or in the context of clinicians who, say, haven't been trained to engage in sensitive and affirming communication with trans and gender diverse folks, misgendering people within care contexts, for example. And clinicians may be inclined to interpret these sorts of affective responses as possible borderline personality symptoms and interpersonal reactivity in the context of BPD, without necessarily understanding the underlying contextual factors. And if care settings, whether in the mental health space or otherwise, are designed to be inclusive and affirming of trans and gender diverse people, clinicians will typically find that these sorts of marked affective responses may not occur or may be significantly attenuated by these sorts of culturally responsive care environments. The clinical presentation generally of borderline personality disorder among trans and gender diverse people, and in the general population among cisgender people, may be similar. And certainly there are going to be trans and gender diverse people with BPD, the way there are, in all communities and in all populations. But the factors driving BPD symptoms among trans and gender diverse people may stem from this sort of chronic developmental gender minority stress experience. And the therapeutic approach, therefore, will generally need to address minority stressors and should occur within the kind of inclusive and affirming healthcare environment that I was mentioning. Clinicians who are new to gender-affirming care, whether it's mental health care or other care, and are treating patients with BPD, will often ask us whether a patient's gender dysphoria or gender minority identity is somehow a manifestation of identity diffusion or unstable identity. And clinicians will often wonder if a patient with BPD began identifying as transgender or gender diverse in response to engaging with other trans and gender diverse people, say within treatment settings. We've heard this from our residential treatment settings, the staff who work there at McLean Hospital, for example. And there was a paper that came out, I guess, 3 years ago from a researcher at Brown who coined this term rapid onset gender dysphoria and published this study that ended up being widely critiqued and discredited afterwards. It turns out that she only engaged parents of trans and gender diverse youth in the study rather than the youth themselves. Certainly, your child's gender dysphoria may be rapid onset news to you, but it doesn't mean that it's a new experience for them. And if a patient asks about gender-affirming medical or surgical care in this context for people who don't yet have a lot of experience serving this population, clinicians may worry that a patient's underlying motivation is to gain attention in some way. We've certainly heard this from mental health care teams, to disrupt pre-existing treatment goals, that it's a form of acting out in some way, rather than focusing primarily on trying to affirm the patient's gender identity. And then there's this question of whether or not to support initiation of gender-affirming medical and surgical care. Now, the standard for this, and what standards of care call for, is that the patient needs to have medical decision-making capacity to provide informed consent for care. Beyond that, our field has a sordid history of unnecessary onerous gatekeeping, questioning whether this person is in fact transgender or gender diverse, and delaying or creating various barriers to flat out denying access to gender-affirming medical and surgical care. It's really important to elicit a careful history of gender identity development to assess if the patient's disclosed gender identity has been persistent for 6 months. As it happens, DSM-5 diagnostic criteria for gender dysphoria include a persistence requirement of at least 6 months, and the World Professional Association for Transgender Health Standards of Care also have this persistence recommendation. And we can engage in what's referred to as gender identity exploratory therapy. Although gender identity for many trans and gender diverse people may be stable, some go through periods of questioning. In fact, many go through periods of questioning. And rather than this being a sign of identity diffusion and fulfills the criterion for BPD, questioning one's gender identity is often and typically the exact opposite. It's a process of clarifying and gaining comfort with your gender identity despite societal pressures to the contrary. So it's, in fact, the process of gender identity clarification and solidification. Patients may benefit from experimenting with different gender identity labels, gender identity expressions. Clinicians can really support patients in their journey of self-discovery by using a gender exploratory approach to psychotherapy. And is that right? Okay, great, thank you. And patients can be supported in pursuing potentially reversible forms of gender affirmation, like change of name, pronouns, style of dress, for example. Gender fluidity is how most people feel comfortable. It's not necessarily the case that everybody's gender identity or expression is going to settle on one particular state, and gender fluidity over time can often get misinterpreted as some sort of gender identity diffusion. It's in fact quite comfortably where many people live in terms of their identity and expression. It's important to understand that when people seek gender-affirming medical and surgical care, we want to initiate this based on an informed consent model. And if the patient has capacity to provide this, we really want to ensure that we're doing everything possible to move this sort of care forward. This is a paper we published 3 weeks ago in JAMA Surgery, again using the US Trans Survey. And we found a couple of things. One is that most people who desire gender-affirming surgery don't access it. It's a minority of people who desire these various surgeries who are able to get them. We also found, comparing people who desired gender-affirming surgery and accessed it to people who desired the surgery and weren't able to access it, that people who had surgery had lower odds of suicidal ideation in the past year cigarette smoking, and past month psychological distress. When we looked at degree of surgical gender affirmation, people who had just some of the surgeries they desired versus all, people who had all the surgeries they desired had lower odds of past year suicide attempts, past year suicidal ideation, past year smoking, past month binge alcohol use, and past month psychological distress. So we really want to minimize this sort of gatekeeping reflex that we have. And important to note that detransitioning, so deciding at some point that you no longer are transgender and going back to identifying as cisgender is extremely rare. We published a study on this just in March of this year, and other studies show this as well. And among people who do go back to identifying as cisgender, regret of having undergone gender affirmation, including medical gender affirmation, is extremely uncommon. People view it as part of their gender journey and how they clarified and came to terms with what their gender identity is. Most of the factors driving detransition are also external factors like societal pressure, incarceration, moving, no longer having access to gender-affirming medical care, and the like. I'll just end by saying it's very important for us to think about how we can use the gender minority stress framework to culturally tailor evidence-based practice for BPD for our trans and gender diverse patients who have BPD. So for example, taking dialectical behavioral therapy, mentalization-based therapy, and infusing this with a gender minority stress lens and a gender affirming lens as we provide care. Here are some basic principles of how we can do this: normalizing the adverse impact of gender minority stress, facilitating emotional awareness, regulation, and self-acceptance, empowering assertive communication in healthcare and in life, restructuring some of the minority stress cognitions that I mentioned, validating unique strengths of trans and gender diverse people, fostering supportive relationships and community with other trans and gender diverse folks, and affirming healthy, rewarding expressions of gender. These are guidelines from John Pachenkis, who's based at Yale. And when we think about this, there are also new interventions being developed for trans and gender diverse patients, NIH-funded evidence-based interventions that are based on a minority stress framework and get at a lot of the manifestations that we often think about in BPD as well, resulting from developmentally chronically invalidating environments. So with that, I will stop and say that you're welcome to contact us anytime. We really advocate for care environments that are going to be inclusive and affirming in these ways, and addressing implicit bias among clinicians. We're happy to work with you all and your care teams to do that sort of training and think about how you can create care environments and mental health workforce that's going to be responsive to minority stress needs and affirming of transgender and gender diverse people.
Wow, thank you so much, Dr. Keuroghlian. We have all learned a tremendous amount from you today. I'm thinking both as a clinician and as a researcher, how much I'm going to take from your talk and how I'm going to be able to help my patients in a more affirming way. Thank you so much. We have a ton of questions coming in from the audience. One that I want to ask you to take a look at here is you had discussed understanding traits like impulsivity and rejection sensitivity as very reasonable, understandable reactions to the stigma that's experienced by being part of the marginalized community. And then you kind of contrasted that with having those same behaviors, impulsivity, rejection sensitivity in BPD. Can you just help us understand this a little bit more? Very reasonable reaction on the, in the context of minority stress, slightly different in the context of BPD. Disentangle this for us, will you?
Sure. I think with regard to impulsivity, what I said is that certain behaviors may get interpreted as impulsivity when in fact they don't involve impulsivity if probed more closely. With regard to rejection sensitivity, certainly if someone is being, harassed every time they take the subway, just based on their identity, is being denied care, which we see reported by 33% of trans and gender diverse people based on their gender identity or expression. It is a reasonable response that I think any of us would have to expect rejection and be sensitive to it, rather than that being some kind of misinterpretation, shall we say, of a particular context, which is, for example, what we're taught to work on in mentalization-based therapy for BPD, which is a modality I was trained in. So I think it's not necessarily that someone is being overly sensitive or overly reactive, or that there's an attachment problem of the kind that we often think about in BPD based on how you formulate borderline personality disorder. It's as a result of very real and present threats, danger, abuse that people are experiencing in most facets of their lives on an almost daily basis.
Mm-hmm. Must be so painful and so difficult. Thanks for helping with that.
Dr. Keuroghlian, I have, a comment and then a question. I want to say to you that so many comments are coming from the audience, and I am so thankful. One person actually said that they are literally sobbing as they were listening to your presentation.
I'm sorry I made someone sob.
Well, people do sob with relief. Yeah. And remembering that we have many clients and their family members in the audience, it's wonderful to read all those comments. From I guess, cis-privileged place of not having had to think of gender and sexual orientation for many years of my life, I can really understand the question that is asked, and I would like to relay it to you. Is this a new phenomenon where people are exploring their gender identity and their expression? And if so, why? Why in some cultures is this encouraged and discouraged? And what is the difference between gender dysphoria and being known as a tomboy? So a lot of questions to better understand all of this?
Great questions. As I mentioned briefly at the beginning, gender diversity has existed across history and across civilizations. I have a friend who's a historian who published a book a year or two ago called Female Husbands about 19th century extensively documented prevalence of people assigned female sex at birth who lived as men, were married, and were basically undercover in this regard. Gender diversity has existed in ancient times, different cultures across the globe, and make relatively more or less room for gender diversity in indigenous communities. Here in what we call the Americas, there are two-spirit communities and variations on gender diversity that have existed for centuries. In India, there has always been, there's the Hijra community of transgender women who we actually do very close work with now and are a historically accepted part of Indian culture, for example. It's now in modern Western society that we are, relative to where we were a few years ago, finally making more room for the naturally existing diversity in gender that exists among people. And a little earlier than that, we started making room in modern Western society for sexual minority people, for diversity in terms of sexual orientation, which we also know is something that has existed throughout history in all societies and still exists in all countries and in all societies. It's the extent to which the culture represses these naturally existing aspects of human nature, and or the extent to which we make room for these and have healthcare systems that are responsive to diversity in terms of sexual orientation and gender identity, have policies and laws that are inclusive of and protective of people with diverse sexual orientations and gender identities. So this is something that is there whether we acknowledge it or not, whether we are responsive to it or not, and whether we educate ourselves about it and become skilled affirming clinicians, or whether we choose to not do this. So the choice is ours as clinicians and people who serve communities in need. I think there was a second part to the question that I may not have answered.
I think we're at time, but we can certainly bring up more of this during the panel. Thank you so much for this enlightening and important answer. I very much appreciate it. And thank you for your presentation.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
So we hope that you guys have all enjoyed this fascinating morning as much as we have. We now have an hour-long break. We encourage you during this time to engage in self-care and to enjoy our exhibition hall, where you are going to learn about our sponsors and our exhibitors' programs that can be so helpful for your clients and for the families of your clients. The rooms are going to appear under the conference screen, and you are welcome to stop by any and all of them. And we'll see you in an hour at 1:35 Eastern Time to hear the lived experience of two sisters, Nama and Bria Paley. So we'll see you in an hour. Have a nice break.
Welcome back, everybody. We are so happy to be resuming our conference this afternoon. We will be hearing next from two sisters who will speak with us about lived experiences, and Marie Paul will introduce the sisters.
To speak of the facets of the difficulty of finding one's own identity when living with the disorder, it is my great privilege to introduce Bria Paley. Bria has a multitude of talents and creative interests. She is a writer, a fashion designer, a singer, and a background actress. Bria is a New Yorker, and she has also lived in distant places. Her family has been a constant anchor point, and along with being a daughter and a sister, she has been delighted to become an aunt recently. Joining Bria for this segment is her sister, Nama Paley Rose. Nama is a senior philanthropic advisor at Rockefeller Philanthropy Advisors, where she is particularly appreciative of any opportunities to fund nonprofits that focus on mental health. Nama is equally devoted to family. She is the mother of Bria's adored nephew, and since Bria's diagnosis 5 years ago, she has learned and embraced family skills towards nurturing her and her sister's relationship. Bria and Nama, thank you so much for being here with us.
Hello, thank you. Nama, she's gonna come back. So, good afternoon. The first time I ever heard about borderline personality disorder was when my cousin in Australia was diagnosed with it. She's a few years older than me. I'd been living in Sydney, and she had suddenly dropped me from her life. I was very hurt. When I heard she'd been diagnosed, I had no idea what it meant, but I thought, wow, she must be really messed up. She deals with her pain by getting tattoos. But a few years later, my mother told me to check out the DBT Center in San Francisco, where I received my own BPD diagnosis. This was in 2016, and I was 33 years old. It has taken decades of therapy to finally begin to understand myself. It has also taken the medical world a long time to catch up to BPD. I'm very open about it, but I rarely encounter someone who really knows what it is. I still forget some of the criteria when I'm trying to explain it. It's a perplexing disorder because it manifests so differently in each person. For a long time, I thought I was cursed. I had such intense emotions as a child that they scared me and the people around me. I don't remember everything, but there was a permeating fear I felt, the fear of existing. I'm the oldest of 3 children. My sister Nama is presenting with me today, and I'm so grateful for her support. I know I wasn't easy to grow up with. I was abusive, pushed boundaries, and refused to follow basic rules. As a teenager, I got multiple piercings in downtown New York City, where I was in school at the time. I actually thought I could hide my nose piercing once I got home. As you can see, I still have it. My parents did the best that they could, and they sent me to many therapists and specialists from the time I was a young child. I was usually resistant. They even tried art therapy under the guise of a private art lesson. While I didn't have a BPD diagnosis at that time, I was diagnosed as a teenager with OCD and then ADHD. I couldn't stand anything that felt out of order to me. I'm highly intuitive and always knew when Nama had taken something of mine without asking. When asked by my parents to do the dishes, I refused. It became such a fight that my parents eventually gave up trying, leaving my siblings understandably resentful. It turns out that you can't go through life without washing dishes or avoiding what's uncomfortable. That has been a hard lesson to learn. I am still a rule breaker, and COVID became a real trigger for my outburst this past year. I live in Astoria, Queens, in New York City. My neighborhood felt more relaxed than other parts of the city. My family, on the other hand, they live in Brooklyn. They followed every rule strictly. I think of myself as a rational person, but my brain decided that my family had rejected me. I took everything personally and told myself that I had lost my family, that they didn't love me, and I'd need to find a new family. I felt victimized for thinking differently, but what I really wanted was special treatment. There were many tears, joint Zoom therapy sessions, and hurt feelings. The other sadness for me was missing out on extended time with my young nephew. Nama met me outdoors and tried to be accommodating. But it wasn't until recently, when we both got vaccinated, that I felt we could start to put this painful chapter behind us. We had hoped to present at last year's conference. I'm glad we are here today, but a lot has happened since then, and this is a different presentation than the one we would have given. I love Nama very much, but it's hard to see life from her point of view sometimes. She's married with a second baby on the way. I am single and have a history of unhealthy relationships. The topic of this year's conference is identity. That word has overwhelmed me at times because I have had many different identities. My career has taken some dramatic turns. I started out as an arts journalist, then got into sales, retail, and customer service. I wasn't able to hold on to a job and had no idea what to do next. I often got distracted by personal problems and felt angry when a supervisor had me take on a task I didn't want to do. Another part of my identity is being Jewish, and I'm proud to be involved with a number of communities. Around 2 years ago, I published an article on being a Jewish woman with BPD. I got a lot of great feedback about how it helped people understand the disorder and how brave I was to share such a personal story. That was validating to hear, but to be honest, it doesn't feel like an option for me not to share. I see myself as an advocate, and I know that hidden pain and shame make everything worse. I had enough of that growing up and not understanding what was happening to me. There are resources and people to help me know that I'm not alone, but it's not something that many people are forthcoming about, and it takes a level of trust to talk about it. I found that the more I tell people I have BPD, the more I meet people who tell me they have it also, or they know someone who does. I've made many connections that way. People with BPD are known for impulsive decisions, and I am no different. Whenever I would feel frustrated or bored, I would book a trip somewhere, whether I had a job or not. These vacations were usually an escape from reality. Friends would ask me how I was able to afford the trips when I wasn't consistently working. I'm very resourceful, and I found flights on sale and stayed in youth hostels or other budget accommodations. I actually took a job as a travel agent so I could get the discounts. I also began participating in the gig economy. I realized I could make good money by renting out my room on Airbnb while I was traveling. While these trips became excessive and addictive, I learned so much from seeing the world, often on my own. I navigated cities I'd never been to and recovered when things went wrong, like my passport and wallet being stolen in Buenos Aires. Traveling helped me feel capable, strong, and resilient. I hit a breaking point in 2016 while living in San Francisco. I was newly diagnosed, and I went through a tough breakup, which meant moving out of the home I had been living in. I was scared to be alone and felt like I had nothing to hold on to. My parents encouraged me to come back to New York City and stay with them for a while. For 5 months, I worked on picking myself up again. Some days I couldn't get out of bed, but after some time, I found a great DBT therapist who I continue to see, and that really helped. I was finally living in the same city as my family for the first time in 11 years. To be honest, it felt easier to live far away and simply not deal with working on my family relationships, particularly with my siblings. But we were raised to be close, and family is important to me. I missed out on a lot while I was living in Sydney and San Francisco. So I decided to permanently stay in New York. My sister was newly pregnant with her first child, and I was so happy to be around for that. With the help of my parents, I was able to find an apartment in Queens. It has been my safe haven, and I'm grateful for it every day. I'm still an Airbnb host too. When my nephew Isaac was born nearly 3 years ago, I felt a love I'd never experienced. Watching him grow up has been a huge gift. I still can't believe it when he says my name or tells me a new thing that he's learned. I also have a younger brother, and we have been able to work on our relationship through regularly scheduled meetups. It can feel like slow progress to me, but it is progress. My life these days is in transition. I want to say that I also identify as an addict, but not of substances. I get addicted to people and to relationships. I also struggle with codependency. I discovered Sex and Love Addicts Anonymous, and it has really helped me. A symptom of BPD is fear of abandonment and a pattern of unstable relationships. I get emotionally attached easily and quickly and think that another person can take away my pain and solve my problems. My last relationship ended in February, and I still have very hard days. With the help of my program, my sponsor, and my therapist, I'm learning what matters to me most and to give myself the things that I need. In recovery programs, they recommend the HALT skill. This stands for hungry, angry, lonely, tired. In DBT, it might be the please skill when feeling particularly low. This may seem obvious, but to someone with BPD or to an addict, it is not. I have to check in with myself a lot to see what I need in that moment and why I may be triggered. Then I can hopefully avoid an outburst. As a young child, I escaped into fantasy as a way of dealing with my fear, which turned into anger. I felt misunderstood, and I still do. But now in my recovery program, I attend morning Zoom meetings of 100 women who feel the way that I do, and that helps me too. The 12 Steps is a spiritual program that really focuses on the relationship with God or a higher power. The first thing I do when I wake up now is thank God with Moda Ani, a traditional Jewish prayer. The text says, "I thank you, living and enduring King, for you have graciously returned my soul within me. Great is your faithfulness." We aren't guaranteed anything in this life, and waking up every morning is a blessing I express gratitude for. When people ask me what I do for work, I don't have a simple answer. Before COVID, I worked as a background actress on TV shows and in movies. I had a lot of fun experiences and enjoyed dressing up and having my hair and makeup done. I got to be on the set of some of my favorite shows, including The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, which I even cut my hair for. But when production stopped for much of the last year, I had to reinvent myself again. I find that I have great strengths when I'm regulated. I began sewing masks and sold them to friends and online. I got back into writing and I'm working on a memoir. I love fashion and shopping, but my collection of dresses became unmanageable with limited closet space. I had an idea to start a fashion blog where every day I post pictures of myself in one of my dresses and tell a story connected to it. I try to sell a lot of what I post. I've kept it up for a few months now, and it's been really fun to work on, as well as good for my self-esteem. I think of myself as a model now too. It's called Bria's Closet, and please feel free to follow on Instagram. As of today, I have nearly 1,400 followers. I've always loved to sing, but when my choir went virtual during COVID, I quit. Recently, I began singing lessons and have been choosing songs to learn, which I then share on my social media. Social media is tricky for me. I post frequently and enjoy connecting with new and old friends, but sometimes I get overwhelmed by all the content on there and compare myself to others. But there's a lot of great support on there too, and I started following a number of BPD-related accounts. I'm pushing myself harder than I ever have before, and it's scary, but also exciting. My therapist told me that I'm on a warrior path, and that was nice to hear. Thank you for listening, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak at this important conference.
Hi, and thank you to my sister for going first and for sharing so openly about what I would definitely agree is a total warrior path. I still remember the first time I Googled borderline personality disorder and found the criteria according to the DSM-5. I think I covered my mouth in amazement. It was like finally reading a job description for my sister Bria. Varied or random mood swings, impulsive behaviors, problems with anger, including frequent loss of temper or physical fights. I went through the list with my husband, Stephen, and kept saying out loud, check, check, check. For me, it felt quite liberating to finally see the list of her various characteristics articulated and captured in one place. And then extremely frustrating. Why had it taken our family over 30 years of my sister's life to settle on the right diagnosis? In preparing for this conversation, Bria bravely asked me to reflect on what felt scariest and most unstable about our childhood, about growing up with a sister who had undiagnosed BPD. By and large, I remember our childhood with warmth, marking the Sabbath together as a family, summer trips, weekends at the beach with cousins, trips to museum. But when I zero in on some of the particular moments, the patterns, the dynamics, I do feel myself re-entering some of the instability that overshadowed joyful moments. I can recall so many moments of being in the presence of Bria's frustration, witnessing her feeling misunderstood and invalidated. So many moments where she wanted one thing and the rest of our family wanted another, and none of us having the tools to come to a place of compromise. How irritated she was in confined spaces, how challenging long car rides were that often resulted in my dad pulling the car to the side of the road and yelling at us. How scary it felt to me to observe my sister throw a tantrum, and ones that often became violent towards myself and my younger brother. And then within moments, she would recover, and then feel hurt that I wasn't able to recover and go back to playing with her, as if the tantrum had never happened. It was scary. It still can be scary, and it's a lifelong challenge to have a sibling, to have any loved one with whom it sometimes feels like I don't always share a language or perspective of the world. Like we exist on slightly different planes and need translators in the form of experienced and trained therapists to even begin where the other one is coming from. I can't capture how powerful it was a few years ago when Bria invited me into a therapy session with her fantastic therapist. It truly felt like we finally had the translator we'd always needed, but never know we needed, to safely articulate our emotions and the experience of our relationship to one another. My identity, I would say, has certainly been strongly shaped by growing up and living in a family with a sister who has BPD. She went through periods of theft. In my teenage mind, it felt like my parents never seemed to punish her. I would get frustrated and feel like I couldn't trust them to manage our family. I still struggle with that, both in my family of origin and in other group settings, not trusting that others are capable of taking the lead or following through on consequences. I got accustomed to having a sibling who had overwhelming mood swings. I now can see that I have sought out many close friendships with people who display similar behaviors, where I have historically been at the whim of similar mood swings. I go out of my way to try and be as self-sufficient as possible, one who can just manage things on my own because others need more support, which can be very much to my detriment. I need help and support too. Since receiving Bria's diagnosis, I have found a lot of comfort and relief. BPD is challenging. It's really challenging. And I've seen that the more I learn about it from professionals, from books, from others in my life who have BPD in their families, from a conference like today, the better tools I have to strengthen my relationship with my sister. I've always been an overeager student, the one who sits in the front row and raises her hand a lot, sometimes even the annoying one who reminds the teacher that he or she forgot to collect the homework assignment. In building, strengthening, improving, managing a relationship with a loved one with BPD, I've certainly learned that it's not so linear. When my son was a few months old and waking up at every hour throughout the night, I remember talking to a friend who also had a newborn. She looked frazzled, I looked worse, and I remember she reflected on her experience with her child. I'm a very results-oriented person, and this is not results-oriented. I sometimes feel like that with my relationship with Bria. Last year, when we were asked to speak at the conference, as Bria mentioned, it felt like our relationship was strong and fruitful. We had developed a good routine of how often we were spending time together, and her relationship with my son was truly blossoming, and we were communicating well. When Marie-Paul asked us to speak this year in place of last year's postponed conference, we both said yes. But again, as Bria mentioned, this year, it's been a little bit harder. Our relationship has been in a bumpier place, although I think we've seen a lot of positive points of connection over the past few weeks. Throughout the past year, we've both tried our best to use our skills to communicate effectively with one another and to support one another. At moments, it wasn't particularly effective. As she mentioned, she struggled with feeling rejected by me as a result of the COVID protocol my family was following. I found our relationship quite trying at times. It was challenging that we were on different pages regarding the pandemic, that she didn't give me credit for the time we did spend together, only irritation about the time we lost. And yet, having Bria as a sister has truly taught me to value difference. It's drawn me to people who are different than me and shown me that the world around me would not thrive if we were all the same. It would honestly be awfully boring. I'm in awe daily of Bria's courage, how outgoing she is, and her spontaneous approach to living life. In our 20s, we had the privilege of traveling internationally together a few times. It was incredible watching the way Bria interacts with and approaches strangers. Like the old adage, a stranger is a friend you just haven't met yet. I remember spending New Year's in Uruguay with Bria one year during the trip when she mentioned she got her wallet and passport stolen earlier, and witnessing her approach every stranger as a potential friend, sharing her stories about her life in Australia, her travels, her recent breakup. I don't have that kind of spontaneous and outgoing energy, and it was quite spectacular to watch that on her and really an inspiration to me. That kind of honesty and openness and approach to life is quite remarkable. For all of us, this is an evolving process and one that we're grateful to do in conversation and in community with all of you today.
Awesome. I am so thankful and so incredibly moved by your journey as it unfolds, Bria and Nama. It is a journey that is marked by dedication, by patience, by courage. It is marked by moments of peace and deep connection. And at times it needs to be marked by periods of radical acceptance. This is hard work, and it is beautiful work. Can I ask each of you, perhaps starting with you, Bria, as you continue on this path that is your family's path, what is your hope going forward?
So thank you for that question. My hope is that we can eventually go on a family vacation together and that there will be more little kids in the family.
It's beautiful. Thank you, Bria. How about you, Nama? What is your hope going forward?
I think my hope is just that we can stay in dialogue and in relationship with one another. I remember learning a couple of years ago, maybe from you, Marie-Paul, that it's like actually quite studied that individuals with BPD really benefit from family engagement. And at the time, I remember not quite believing that, because I can see, as Bria mentioned, sometimes how frustrating it is for her to live near us, and how it can trigger her. But I think learning that even if we don't always recognize it, it's wonderful and actually quite critical to be in relationship, has been really inspiring. We have in our own family, on one side of the family, our grandmother was quite estranged from her siblings, and on the other side, our family was all really close, even if there were clashes in personality. And I think, as Bria mentioned, for us, family just isn't a question, and that's why we put in the work and continue the dialogue and continue learning, even when there's definitely hiccups along the way.
You are both an example of this path, and thank you so much for coming and sharing this journey with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So it's now my pleasure to introduce Dr. Nadine Larivière. She is the kind of researcher we need more of. She was a full-time clinician in a psychiatric hospital for over 12 years, and she continues to apply her clinical experience in her current work as a full professor at l'Université de Sherbrooke in Quebec, Canada. She is also a researcher at the University Institute of Primary Care and Social Services at Sherbrooke and at the Mental Health University Institute of Montreal, where she collaborates actively with health services dedicated to persons with borderline personality disorder in the province of Quebec. Dr. Larivière's research centers the voices of folks with BPD while examining a critical facet of identity, work, and occupational challenges, some of the things that Bria was just discussing. Today, she will talk with us about her innovative work integration intervention and how occupational identity relates to daily life. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Nadine Larivière.
Good afternoon, everyone. Bonjour. Okay, sorry. Can I go? You let me know when I can start. I will start again. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Bonjour. I don't know if you can sign that. So it's for hello, everyone. I'm really, really honored to be with you in this wonderful conference today. I am coming from Sherbrooke, as was mentioned. Oops. Wait a second, just a second. Okay, I'm figuring out my buttons. Okay, so for those of you who do not know where Sherbrooke is situated, I'm not that far from you guys. I'm about 6 hours by driving up north. So today you will sometimes hear my accent when I present to you today really a topic dear to my heart. And I agree with Suzanne that it's really closely linked to the testimony we just heard. I will start with a quote that will set the stage for the topic of today, linking our relationship to our occupations and how it reflects aspects of who we are. So this comes from one of our research participants, and here it goes. I was always in pajamas. I took the garbage out in pajamas. I went to the convenience store in pajamas. At some point, my occupational therapist said to me, "What do you think your children see when you're always in your pajamas?" And it really hit me. I repeated this to myself, and the next morning I was dressing myself. And this is before the pandemic, because I know we went through this a bit, many of us, during the pandemic. Before, I thought, I don't work, I'm at home, so I will stay in pajamas, not put on makeup, not comb my hair. I don't do this anymore. I dress like a woman, like a missus, like a mother. I never thought one day I would be like my cousin, going out with my girlfriends, eating at restaurants, a little cup of wine, dressed nicely. I thought she was someone by doing that. Well, now it's me, and I love it. So today I will be blending what we can learn from the literature, including some of the studies we conducted on occupational identity issues of persons with BPD and their impact on daily life functioning and participation. I will share with you a preliminary version of our work reintegration program we call BWE to help persons with BPD who do not have a job at the moment, that we would see them and accompany them in that process. And throughout my talk today, I will share with you useful tools that can stimulate reflection and discussion about occupational identity components that are related to daily life. So a bit about my background that will tell you a bit more why I really invested a lot in that topic. As was mentioned in my introduction, I was a clinician many years, and during that part of my career, spending time with persons with BPD, certainly the focus of my sessions were about daily life struggles, daily life questions, questions about meaning in their occupations, mental representations of their occupations. And really, I saw that there was a lot of questions, a lot of struggles, a lot of uncertainties, and they had a lot to share about this aspect of themselves and of their lives. And at the time, there was not a lot of focus on this topic in the whole community of people with BPD and those of us who want to help them and guide them. So that led me, really that sparked for me the interest in pursuing learning more through research studies involving persons with BPD so that they can give their voice and we can all understand better their occupational needs and their occupational issues. When I talk about occupational identity, what do I refer to? As an occupational therapist embedded in occupational science, we view humans as occupational beings. So that means that when we assess who we are and we think about our occupations, one of the things is that we can assess overall our capacity for doing. In addition, when we think about the way we do activities in our daily life, it can certainly tell us about aspects of ourselves, some personality traits, our mood. In addition, when we think of ourselves, it will trigger, I would say, questions and reflections about our occupational choices. And that includes our interests, it includes our values, what is important to us, it includes goals that we set for ourselves, it includes to what we feel we need to do or prioritize in the immediate present. And I'm certain that if I asked you spontaneously what includes your occupational identity, you would probably tell me about your roles that you are currently doing or the roles that you wish eventually to accomplish or the roles that are difficult for you. When we think about our identity and our occupations, the influence of the environment is absolutely important. We have heard that throughout the day today. Not only our environment will influence the way we can accomplish activities, but also occupational opportunities, because it can vary from society to society. So in a nutshell, when we think about our relationship with our occupations, it's really that through participation in activities, they offer experiences where we can learn about ourselves, validate ourselves, and it's a link to the social world that will also influence our identity. And so for us as occupational therapists, for sure, when we invite persons with BPD to introspect about who they are, it certainly includes their relationship with their occupations. And when we look at longitudinal studies that were conducted with persons with BPD, I'm sure many of you know about these studies, but here I will just summarize them again, because my main message is we see that daily life as rich opportunities to link back to who we are. And when we look at when persons with BPD receive therapy, are followed over time, they face challenges, particularly in the work domain. So we have seen with the McLean study and the study done by Gunderson over 10 years, symptomatology improves over time for many persons with BPD, but psychosocial functioning remains often impaired. And up to 40% of persons with BPD will function or be on disability pensions. So enabling participation in meaningful occupations is really essential. What we have done, we have wanted to have a bit of a closer look on different aspects related to participation. The first study we did here was with 3 groups of persons with different kind of mental health issues, and I will just focus on those with cluster B personality disorders today. But with the questionnaire that we administered, what we see here is that for those with cluster B personality disorders, the areas of life that were perceived as most difficult to accomplish were leisures, work and school, taking care of your psychological and physical health, and relationships. The areas of life that were perceived as being the least difficult to accomplish were communication, both verbally and in written way or through a computer, and activities of daily living, what we would consider, for example, taking care of your hygiene. The other element that we looked at is satisfaction with different areas of life. And the areas of life that were the least satisfying were relationships, taking care of your health, leisures, and work and school. And what was most satisfying is activities of daily living. And when I presented findings to colleagues of mine, for them, really what they became aware of is really to ask about leisures, because all of them from other disciplines said, I never ask my clients about their leisures. And I see that it's such an area of life that for them is difficult to integrate in their daily life. The other way to look at links between identity and daily life is through the concept of occupational balance, which means, in this case, to look at our satisfaction with our time use. And we did that comparing occupational balance perceptions between women who didn't have any specific mental health issues and women with cluster B and C personality disorders. So in the 2 groups, they were in their early 30s, and most of them in our group were mothers. What we saw as differences between our 2 groups is that our women without mental health issues. Thank you. Okay, so we're back. I will continue to present the findings from that study. So what we did is that we looked at a typical day, and what you can see from this graph is that women with personality disorders, because they worked less, significantly less hours in a paid employment, they significantly spent more time in daily tasks and in what they would consider leisure. Subjectively, though, with the questionnaire that examined the time we spend in 53 activities compared to the time we would like to spend in these same 53 activities, what we see you can focus on the column of women with the personality disorders, is that they significantly feel more imbalanced in their time use in activities that allow them to fulfill different important needs, like taking care of their physical health, like having gratifying relationships, like feeling challenged and competent and engaged, and also being engaged in activities where they can create meaning and a positive identity. So that's another way to look at our links between occupations and identity. And we asked also to tell us some elements of perceptions with regards to their activities. And what we see here in these graphs overall is that women with personality disorders tend to feel significantly less competent in their overall activities that they do in their daily life, that for them they're significantly less important, and that they feel significantly less interested in them. So here is a link how it's not static, it's a dynamic relationship that is influenced by our experiences, by relationships in our life. And here it goes, again, a quote from one of our research participants. I started when I was very young. My mother asked me to work for the same company as her because they were looking for orderlies. When I was younger, I did not take it seriously. I wasn't really aware of what the residents in the nursing home were going through. I didn't really care how they were living. In the last few years, it's become something that I like to do because my work has always given me a little something to look forward to. I tell myself that if there weren't people like us to take care of them, their life would be really bad. People are very grateful for what we do, and so are the families. It's fun to be told that. It represents something that it's hard to say, but it represents something that I'm useful. It represents that people need me, that somehow I have to be a good person, I have to be patient, and I love what I do. So that brings me to another study that we did, and we wanted to learn more from women with cluster B personality disorders, but men as well with cluster B personality disorders, about their mental representations of occupations and links to identity components. So we did that with an exploratory study. And in our sample, overall, they were around 30 years old. 3 were employed, 4 were students, 1 was a volunteer, 1 viewed gaming as the main productive activity, 8 were single, and 2 were parents. So here on the slide, I'm not sure if it's that big, but this is one of the questionnaire that we used. And later on, if ever there are some clinicians in our audience or persons with BPD or family members that would be interested in having these questionnaires, I will be happy to share them with you. So this questionnaire asks persons to reflect on different benefits they can gain out of engaging in activities. So for example, the activities that I do, they reflect the kind of person that I am. They contribute to me feeling competent. The activities that I do help others. The activities that I do have the right amount of challenge for me. So that was the first questionnaire that they filled. The second questionnaire that they filled in this study is the meaningful activities, wants, and needs assessment. So again, thinking about the things that I do, are they fun for me? Do they help me feel close to other people? Are they interesting to me? Do they help me to be playful? And then the third step, following completion of these questionnaires, they participated in more in-depth interviews where we asked, how does this activity represent who you are? Why is this activity important for you? What have you learned about yourself when you participate in this activity? So the first theme that I will comment on is that in our sample, the occupations that they chose had a lot to do with the possibility to affiliate with other people that they felt they had similarities with, regardless if the occupation is socially sanctioned or seen as deviant. And why is that? Well, for them, they said that it helps consolidate the vision that they have of themselves, either a positive vision or a negative vision. They feel that whenever they engage in occupations for that reason, it's a refuge where they feel protected from judgment. It's an opportunity to observe others and make links back to themselves. And whenever there's a helping others component, well, it really triggers altruistic feelings and feelings of usefulness. So a quote to illustrate this element comes from one of our participants who said, a bar, it regroups people that do not have self-confidence, a macho world, narcissistic cheaters. This is who I am. Maybe not narcissistic, but I think more about myself than others or my girlfriend. The other important theme is that at the core of identity is having a productive activity. And why is that? Because it provides concrete experiences to confirm a sense of competence, to also prove social value, and to fulfill really an important need for personal and social recognition. But it confronts to social norms and performance standards, and it really can also activate symptoms and characteristics of BPD. What happens with work is that it tends to be idealized, and we will see in a few minutes a consequence of that. So here we have a quote from a participant who said this about his studies. At least it proves that I understand. I've been told so much that I never understand anything that I think people will see that I understand something. So we will pause for a minute and then continue. Well, a minute, a few seconds. We can go? So that will lead me to go a bit more about the occupation of work. And so to introduce the topic, here are two quotes. I think that if returning to work goes not too bad, I will feel like an active member of the community. For sure, it will give me a certain satisfaction, a certain esteem of myself. I'm an active person and I get a salary and I deserve it. It is very important because I've always said the day that I lose my job, what will I do? Without work, like now, I have no routine, I have nothing to wake up to, no dreams, etc. So it's not a surprise that work is challenging. We've heard the challenges of sustaining more stable types of employment over time. What we have a profile that we can draw from the literature is that persons with BPD, and I don't want to generalize, but there's this trend that there's enthusiasm with regards to looking for a job, going to an interview and performing well in an interview and during the initial stages of a job. But then the job keeping skills pose more of a problem. And on a daily basis, work will be a source of success and also a source of suffering. Very quickly, it can shift around. So then what we have seen is that there tends to be for them many times job history with a lot of instability and frequent job changes with long periods of employment that can lead, as we saw with numbers earlier on, to have disability pensions, which can be okay temporarily, but For many of them, it can be on a more long-term basis, which in the end, work is also such an important occupation that we would like to work around that. So what are our hypotheses to explain this kind of profile that we tend to see? The hypothesis is that personally, work can reactivate unmet needs and or unresolved issues from the family environment, which means that the idealization that sometimes we see in persons with BPD is that they will have unrealistic expectations that the boss, for example, can substitute effectively and heal the wounds. And that can be unconscious, but that can lead for them to have a great need to feel validated and recognized in the workplace. The other element is that the frontiers between the personal self and the professional self can be blurry. This is something we will talk about in our work reintegration program, because we have heard from our studies and from our practice with my colleagues is that sometimes work seems like a continuation of therapy, or that it's not that clear the relational distance that they should adopt or can adopt or is better to adopt. Some have developed an identity as a psychiatric patient and may wish to have the benefits that can come with it, such as some financial benefits. So it depends on your system in the States compared to ours in Canada, but we are a country with a few social programs that can be attractive for some people. There are some persons with BPD that rebel with the notion of working or even engaging in society, because for them it means that they adhere to the capitalist system and it's not congruent with their values. Other hypotheses that we have seen as well is that sometimes the choice of a job is driven impulsively and not that congruent with their real interests, their talents, or their previous experiences. And that will be a big focus of our work reintegration program. It has been documented that they're seen as challenging colleagues, but at the same time that they're recognized for their leadership qualities and their creative qualities. Performance can be a challenge. So some of their personality traits or attitudes whenever they are in action, in tasks at work, well, we can see perfectionism. One tendency that we have seen is over-engagement, intolerance to the unexpected, procrastination, and avoidance. There's also a maladaptive coping strategies related to stress. And so we have documented too that there's high absenteeism, fatigue, and sometimes some want to wait to feel better or recover before returning on the labor market, and that as a consequence may mean that they're disconnected for a longer period of time out of the labor market. So for these reasons, and because we know and we've seen how work is such an important domain of life, closely linked to many occupational identity issues, and such an occupation that can really help to consolidate identity and nourish identity, we have created a program. We are in the stage of finalizing the validation of the manual, and we called it BWI, for Borderline Intervention for Work Reintegration. So we have developed the manual in collaboration with clinicians, with counselors who work in community organizations, and persons with BPD. The main goals of our program is to help persons with BPD know better who they are as a worker. We hope for them to develop a better self-esteem as a worker and a greater sense of competence. They will spend time in many activities that they would do with us to have a deep understanding of what work means to them, learn a variety of workplace tools and strategies, and have a more diversified routine so that the tendency of over-engagement in work is reduced and they can fulfill a variety of needs through a variety of activities outside of work. And we hope that they will be mobilized actively in a sustainable work reintegration project. So BWE has several components. The first one, a very important component for us, would be to work in partnership. So clinicians who are typically in the public system. We also welcome clinicians from the private system, but our private system is very, very small in Canada and in Quebec. So largely clinicians are within the public system, and work closely together with community organizations who help persons with mental health issues integrate, return to work successfully, job tenure, reintegrate the labor market. So BWE would be administered in collaboration with a community organization where at some points we would have sessions co-led together. The other element is that we will combine group interventions with individual meetings. It's an integrative approach where we take the best out of occupational science, occupational therapy, and psychology. For us, an important element would be practice mindfulness strategies, energy management strategies in each session. And then midway, it would be the participants who would teach others what they have integrated in their life and share with others ways in which maybe they adapted the strategy. So overall, our program is based on principles of adult learning. So to give you an overall view of how we go about talking about occupation and identity elements. So we would start with an individual meeting where each person would set their personal goals, and we would look at the program in detail and look at a contract with the rules to follow and expectations for themselves, for the persons with BPD and ourselves as therapists. And then we go into the work, the group work elements, and our first theme is about meaning of work. So as a group, we would discuss this through a collage activity. Then our second meeting is about gaining more self-awareness about myself as a worker through filling questionnaires, and they have homework between sessions where they would also fill questionnaires about personal factors, about occupational factors and environmental factors, so that in the end they would learn more about themselves. And then we would continue on this theme of learning more about who I am as a worker, but in a real life situation. So the group will go in a community setting and spend half a day working there in a volunteer way, but working there. And the goal will be that they self-observe themselves, and us, the therapists, we would be with them and really be observing them as well in order to really collect constructive feedback. And then the session following that would be about strategies, building on maybe what they practiced on the session before and incorporating other strategies as well, such as looking at planning, priority of tasks, management of energy, etc., depending on their needs. Then we're midway in the program, so we would have an individual meeting again and go back into groups, and we would be more in a phase where we would see with them more their relationship issues and skills. Many of these participants will probably have been in therapy, but what we would build on that and focus really on work situations. So with colleagues, with their boss, and it's really them who would provide the scenarios. Then another topic we cover is disclosure of personal information about mental illness at work. So again, through role playing, thinking about when is it appropriate, to whom, at what moment, in what context. And then we would practice again, but through role playing skills in order to feel more comfortable when dealing with insurance companies, the agents that are related to social programs, healthcare professionals, where they have to discuss the delay to go back to work or papers and that kind of thing. And then our session would be on integration of work into a meaningful daily life. That would be our last topic, to again think about activities outside of work and using the questionnaires that I've showed you before as an example. We would do that. And then it's time for review and closure. We are planning to do a booster session online 1 month after we have done BWE. We are hopeful to do it in person in the fall. So our next step is to try it out. We are finishing validation of our manual, and we will try it out in the fall with a group in Montreal. And following that, we will adjust the manual. We want to adapt it for online delivery. We know that online will be with us, even if the pandemic is getting reduced over time, or with the situation is improving. We want to conduct a more formal effectiveness evaluation next year and translate it into English, because right now it will be in French. So to close off, as a way to conclude or to go towards the conclusion, I will show you a few tools that I have used that we incorporate in our studies or clinical practice to, again, stimulate reflection and discussion about what I've been presenting today. So this is an interview with a rating scale that would be filled by the clinician, but it really targets various elements about daily life, and with a focus on thinking about yourself in relation to your occupations. So for example, does your daily schedule let you do things you need to do or you want to do? What is the biggest challenge you're currently facing? Are you able to do the things that you need to do or that you want to do? There's elements too where we would ask the person when they revisit their past, we would look at it in that way. For example, have you been able to choose the occupations that are important to you in your life? In your physical environment, in the area that you live, are there opportunities for activities and places to go that interest you? Do you have persons in your environment that you can count on? If ever, like, for example, you would like to accomplish meaningful activities for you, how do you handle it when your routine changes? It is also an example of a question here. Another questionnaire that we will be incorporating in our BWE program is self-esteem as a worker. So thinking about yourself at work as a worker, I feel that I'm a person with worth, at least the same as on an equal basis with other workers. As a worker, I'm able to do the things as well as most others. And the last questionnaire is an interest checklist. So it's all small, but thinking about what I like, what I've liked in the past, what I like right now to do in my life, what I would like to do in the future. And this is really interesting afterwards visually to see where are the areas that are most invested, or what have been the changes throughout your personal history with regards to your hobbies and interests. So I use that clinically, I use that systematically with all my clients. So for me, I wanted to conclude by going back to my title. So, and to the message, how enabling participation in meaningful occupations is really important for all, but for persons with BPD. because we know that our activity patterns are at the heart of the recovery journey. And what we mean by that is our activity patterns will include thinking about the way we engage in activities, the choices that we make, or that we really reflecting on how much do I do comes from my choice versus what I feel is imposed is another element of activity patterns. We also know that balance, occupational balance, is another example of an activity pattern that absolutely influences the recovery journey. And my second message is that really daily life has a richness of occupational opportunities to connect with oneself, to learn about oneself, to validate oneself, to take care of oneself, and also to challenge oneself. So I will conclude with that. I'm good with that, not bad. Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your presentation. Comments and questions have been flying in fast and furious, and it's been so interesting to sort of see what our audience has to ask you. One thing I wanted to offer first is there's just a comment from an audience member saying, I wish that we had occupational programs like this in the United States for people with BPD or for people with mental health concerns in general. And the commenter goes on, in Judaism, we say that the greatest mitzvah or good deed is to give someone a job. And just how necessary your work is. So thank you so much for being here and sharing your work with us. Lots of questions here. One is, as we're speaking about the importance of work, I'm thinking about balance also.
Yes.
And somebody wrote in about sort of what about the occupational imbalance in regard to the all or nothing traits that may come along with BPD. So, you want to help people get a job, but not get them so involved in the job that they let go of relationships and leisure. How does your program work on that?
Well, really, the first step is to reflect on this to begin with tools that can help you have a sense of where you are at in terms of your level of engagement, and particularly the variety or not of activities that you have in your daily life. So we would use tools as agendas, for example. The idea is to, first of all, reflect and become aware of your profile with visual tools. And going from there, then you see the consequences of that and make goals towards what you would like to change. Because in the long run, and it's a challenge for many people, it's really the target is to have as much as possible a variety of activities, and as much as possible you stay mindful when you do them, because many of us, including persons with BPD, can do activities like in a superficial way and not realize that there are benefits that we're not aware of and that we take for granted, like activities that we take for granted or we feel they're useless. But when you are mindful when you do them, well, you can realize that, no, it's true. It helps me to concentrate, or it helps me to be more contemplative, or it helps me to connect. And I didn't realize that. So that's the way we would go about it.
Yeah, and I can really hear that. Oftentimes family members talk about how they observe their loved one doing better in the context of some structure, which is, I think, a little bit of
we cannot hear Marie-Paul.
Oh dear, I can hear Marie-Paul.
I couldn't hear you, Marie-Paul. No.
Okay, can you hear me now? Is this fixed?
I cannot hear you.
No?
I will jump in with a question then. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes,
okay,
I can hear you very well.
Marie-Paul was just talking about sort of families saying often about their loved ones with BPD, how much people seem to benefit from having a structure, and that helps with many, many, many things. It seems like that's part of what your work has been. One question that came in that I wanted to get your take on was, how might you support clients and adapt your program for folks who might not resonate with systems of capitalism so they can connect with a sense of meaning and purpose while not sort of being part of a system that they don't appreciate?
Yeah, well, what we would look at with them is still the idea of what are their goals and life projects. And it could be like fulfilling yourself and using your talents and your skills is what is really important. But it doesn't need to be through a typical work paid job, but still looking at the consequences of that, because you're making financial choices that can put you in a more insecure position. But we would really be open to see how do they see themselves having a meaningful and fulfilling life that doesn't involve a typical, working paid job.
Mm-hmm. Makes a lot of sense. We've got a lot of questions coming in from clinicians. So many people want your guidance here. One question was asking, saying, I find it difficult to get commitment from clients I work with to get involved in activities because there's often a search for the right or the perfect activity or job. And then that's, of course, linked to confusion about identity and self. What do you recommend for clinicians when trying to help clients find activities that feel meaningful and aligned with values, even when clarity around values is also a challenge?
The other element that we would put forward and we will stimulate as much as we can in BWE is learning in action. So exploring who you are, exploring the experiences of yourself in real simulations. So that's something that we will have them do once, but we will encourage to, if ever, with the community organization, they do have these volunteer experiences to help them, go back to a future employment, to again use these opportunities to explore all of this and work with them to be more nuanced in the end, because we know that it's again a target with persons with BPD, that they become more nuanced to see that an experience is not all bad or not all good. So to have this more nuanced perspective, because we know, as I showed you briefly with results, is that you're right, tend to idealize work. So we would go with what, they've lived in that experience of simulation and work with their discourse to bring in nuance. That's how I would answer this at this point.
Wonderful.
But I will be more short.
I'm going to give it another try. Can you hear me now or no?
No, I cannot hear you, Marie-Paul. I don't know why.
I will keep going with a few more questions then. I noticed that part of your BWE intervention is talking with folks about when to disclose about mental illness in the workplace. Can you tell us a little bit about what advice you give people who are making those decisions about disclosure?
Yeah, well, the advice is very personalized and contextualized, because it's a topic that it's not a black or white answer here again. So the way we're going to do the session is really our vision about the topic is really to use the past experiences that our participants will have had disclosing at work. So with whom did they do it? When did they do it? How did it go? And why did it go wrong if it went wrong? And why was it beneficial if it was beneficial? But the angle we want to emphasize is whenever you want to disclose what exactly, and it's usually around needs that you have so that you will maintain wellness at work and remain have a more satisfying performance at work. So what kinds of accommodations will meet your needs? So for example, in one of our studies, persons with BPD said they need for them that the expectations are very clear, that the conditions are very clear. And you were talking about structure. That's something that came out too at work. So what do you expect from me? What tasks do I need to do? So that would be one example of the focus might be not necessarily giving that many details on BPD, but saying this is what I need to be like a productive worker, but a happy worker, happy to contribute in the department or your company. So that's how we're going to go about it.
Mm-hmm. So it's disclosure in a very individualized way, really specific to the situation, and often tied to a need or to a need to sort of self-advocate.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. We have time for just one more question, I think. This one may be from a family member who writes, encouraging my loved one to work is a thorny issue, and I know it's important. How can I bring this topic up, and how can I support them?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's not easy for sure, trying to convince someone where they're at different levels of motivation or readiness to embrace. I would say it could be sometimes by using like a questionnaire to bring up the topic, like they found this and just fill this up and let's see what are your thoughts about this, and being supportive whenever there's changes in the discourse of the person with regards to their contemplation about wanting to be more active in going back into this reintegration process. But it's being patient and supportive and really using whatever the person says, and you see, there's a door that opens to make a suggestion or to give ideas. But it's not easy, I would say, and you have to go day by day to see how receptive the person is. Yeah.
I'm getting a theme of being very individualized, very contextualized.
Yes.
Thank you so much for being with us here, Dr. Larivière. We'll hear from you again at our panel discussion later this afternoon.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And for the rest of us, Marie-Paul, you're back.
Yeah, well, I know that you could hear me and the audience could hear me, but for some reason, Dr. Larivière could not. So thank you, Suzanne, for asking the questions, a lot of the questions that were so important. Maybe I cut you off. Were you going to say something? Or okay.
Go for it.
We are at time for our mid-afternoon break. So please be sure to be back in 15 minutes. That will be 3:05 Eastern Time for the last section of our conference before the panel. Now, no conference focused on identity would be complete without a discussion, of course, of race and ethnicity. This last section before the panel will be focused on lived experience and anti-racism in DBT. We will see you at 3:05.
And we're back. Welcome back from our break. We're entering our last segment before our panel discussion.
And it is an honor to welcome family member Angela Harvey with us today. Miss Harvey is a social worker. She's a motivational speaker. She's a journey guide. 2 years ago, looking for ways to save her relationship, she found her way to Family Connections, which is NEABPD's flagship program for family members of people who struggle with the symptoms of borderline personality disorder. She then became a Family Connections class leader, and luckily for NEABPD, recently became their coordinator of diversity. Ms. Harvey's story touches on many points of identity: age, gender, expertise, ethnicity, sexual orientation, occupation. Angela, thank you for being here with us to share your family experience today. Thank you.
It's definitely my pleasure. Greetings and growth to you all. Yes, I kind of speak that way all the time. My name is Angela Harvey, and like she said, I'm a social worker, I'm a motivational speaker, a counselor, a facilitator of growth. But I'm also codependent, and I have a loved one or two or three who are challenged with BPD or emotional dysregulation. I have to give you all a disclaimer and tell you that none of my loved ones wanted me to disclose their personal aspects of their story. However, since half of their story is some of my story, we all agreed that I could do a mashup, which is like combining all the experience that I have with them into one, just for the benefit of this presentation. That means you all will get a BPD combo meal supersized. I know that we have a mixed audience, so I'm going to attempt to dispense my lived experience in a way that will benefit the clinicians and the students, researchers, and those with BPD, as well as those of us that love and support them. My truth is that I am a Black lesbian woman who is strong and fiercely independent. I conquer the world with my words, can talk King Kong off the top of a building, and many folks that have experienced me executing my passion say that I've changed their lives. Surely, if my wisdom and my knowledge could change a stranger, my love and support should be able to change my loved one. That is not my testimony. So with as much knowledge as I had, I was caught completely off guard by my loved one who thought every trip I took upstairs or out of the state was me abandoning them. Although they were known by many, they had very few intimate friendships or healthy relationships. They were what most would call wealthy and self-made, with maybe a rags to riches story, yet admit to lack of personal confidence, assurance, and could be extremely paranoid at times. Their wealth made it easy for them to buy boats and cars and jewelry and other expensive items when their impulsivity kicked in and took over. Most often, these purchases left them with regret, shame, and resentment. They could wake up at 8 a.m. requesting to have folks over for dinner, and by noon, they would be totally against the idea as if they didn't initiate it. African Americans aren't known for experiencing or verbalizing or speaking much about suicide. However, they once told me that they had thoughts of not wanting to live when I was away visiting my grandchildren, even though it was a trip that they suggested and paid for. Their mood would swing and vary so often. I had begun to live a life filled with uncertainty and anxiety. Today, I'm clear that eggshells are to be cracked and not walked on. Although the world was theirs for the taking, they were successful by most definitions, financially well off, and on the top of their game. They lacked confidence, assurance, and had consistent bouts of jealous thoughts that left them feeling worthless, inadequate, and sad. Often there was nothing that I could do to reassure them. They didn't display emotions that I would describe as anger, but as it turns out, they would later admit to taking passive-aggressive swings at my person and my passion and my personal life, often when they felt emotional dysregulated. Their symptoms became so consistent that I eventually began journaling the behavior and quickly became convinced that they were challenged with BPD. I also discovered that their challenge definitely caused me to second guess every part of who I was to them and in my own world. I must bring it to your attention that I consider myself to have some very bold intersectionalities. I'm educated, successful by my definition, fierce, by my definition as well. I'm an African American, I'm a lesbian, I'm a woman, I'm 55, AKA 55, and I'm a boss in my own right. However, it was the same intersectionality that kept me in bondage for years, while making many failed attempts to love, support, and understand my loved ones. As an African American, their symptoms kept me struggling to maintain my personal strength and the emotional strength my culture is known for. As a woman, their symptoms challenged my mental capacity that went largely unchallenged at this level. As a lesbian, their symptoms had me questioning my sexuality and considering heterosexuality. Only for a fleeting moment. I thought to myself, is this what a relationship with a woman feels like? As a woman of means, their symptoms had me unable to enjoy the life I had worked so hard to create for myself. My self-esteem as it relates to my desire to nurture, love, and support was also challenged. As a partner and family member, their symptoms had me feeling worthless and confused, abused, inadequate, powerless, shameful, guilty, and embarrassed. As a bold and fierce woman, these symptoms removed the B from bold and left me just feeling old and tired and less than enough and nowhere near fierce. And as an educated educator, the symptoms kept me doubting my own knowledge, suppressing my known truth, feeling uncertain of my professional effectiveness, and ultimately stepping away from my God-given assignment as a growthologist. I no longer felt equipped to help grown folks grow up. They were a mess. I was a bigger mess. They were unconsciously dysregulated, and I was intentionally dysregulated. We all needed help. I needed help. So with hurt feelings, and after pulling out all of my hair, yes, I went looking for help where most people find it, Google. I looked high and low for articles, research papers, anything I could read that would help me align my experience in my relationship with my identity. Unfortunately, there was and is very little information and research available that speaks to African Americans, LGBTQ, older Americans, and BPD. After countless hours of research and therapy, lots of couch time, yes, I have a therapist, I found NEABPD and Family Connections. This organization and this class saved my life. Yes, I'm only here today because of them. They also saved the lives of a few other people in my life. So in 2017, I took my very first Family Connections class. And I have to admit, I was angry. I was angry and I was bitter. I went looking for ways to change my loved one, not ways to change me. So I completed the 12-week course, but I walked away frustrated and in disbelief. I wasn't the one with the problem. I wasn't going to radically accept anyone's dysfunction or abuse. I wasn't validating anything or anyone. That's just where I was. You know, to me, it was just a waste of time and I was never coming back. My anger allowed me to hear, you know, those things that were said in class, but it didn't allow me to listen. It was for this reason that my intimate relationship was actually going to be coming to an end and my family relationships began to quickly deteriorate. So not only now was I equipped with some knowledge, but now I was angry about that knowledge. I have no one to blame but myself. And I know that I teach and preach that unless you apply the knowledge that you learn, the paint, the color of your world will never change. I didn't even buy a brush. I never even opened up the paint. So of course, my world just got darker. There was no application of the knowledge. It was during this time that I was hosting a broke down book series of the book, The Four Agreements by Luis Ruiz. It's one of my favorite books and I swear by it. I gift it to strangers and I guilt most of my family and friends into reading it. However, I had been in so much pain that I'd forgotten my saving life agreements. These were agreements that absolutely in the last decade of my life have saved my life over and over. Those agreements are to be impeccable with my word, to not make assumptions, to always do my best, and don't take anything personal. Well, I wasn't doing really good at this at all. In my relationships with my loved ones, I was not impeccable with my word or my understanding. I had made a million assumptions. The most damaging was that these were bad people and I should detach and isolate, my go-to emotions. I was so far from my best that I didn't even recognize myself. And I took every behavior, every word, every action, every conversation personally. And I did what I said I would never do. I went back to them, family connections. So in 2018, I found myself back in my second family connections class, very grateful that none of the people there had the same problem as me the first time. Thus, they were all new people and thought that I was new as well. That time, I allowed myself to be open. To be open means to be exposed and to be vulnerable. It's a mandate that I have for all of my own clients. Thus, I challenge myself to do the same. Well, it clicked. I got it. Family connections gave me my sexy back. It gave me the S, the support, the skills. It gave me the E, the education and the empowerment. It gave me the X, the diagnosis and the treatment, and the Y, which is you, which is me. I learned the importance of validation, how helpful mindfulness can be to my own sanity and to the sanctity of my relationships with my loved ones. Oh, and that radical acceptance. I learned what it is and what it isn't. This was very challenging for me to get my mind around because initially it just looked like me being made a fool of and me allowing someone else to take advantage of me. I learned ways that I could decrease my emotional reactivity. It hadn't occurred to me how dysregulated I had become while attempting to protect myself. I learned ways to problem solve and to manage emotional discord with my loved ones. And most importantly, I learned how to balance my desire to change my loved ones with my need to accept them just as they were. And I was so excited. I was very excited. I'm still excited about what I'd learned and the emotional relief that I was able to experience that I immediately wanted everyone to have the same experience. So in 2019, I went on to take the Family Connections leadership training so that I could be able to co-lead a Family Connections class. It was during this training that I took notice that I had not seen too many faces that looked like mine or identified as I do. But that was okay. That's okay with me because where there is none, I intentionally insert myself. That's just how I grow. While in class, I began to make a list, and I actually brought the list. I still have the list in the book with me. I began to make a list of reasons that I, as an African American, would be challenged by some of the symptoms of BPD. Many of these symptoms speak of disrespect and likely would be attributed to just that. The symptoms of BPD would be seen as disrespectful, disobedience, defiance. It would be inappropriate. It would be a lack of gratitude, embarrassment, indifference, abusive, and unacceptable from a child, from a partner, or even a family member. These are considered oppressive conditions and not tolerated and certainly not seen by most as a reason to seek mental health intervention, but instead to discipline, to disengage, to dismiss, and to drop off. I checked myself. I kept my ears and eyes open, and I made a promise to keep growing. So in 2020, during the pandemic, I taught my very first Family Connections class, and it was an amazing experience watching 15 family members elevate from hopelessness to hopeful, and then to crawl from darkness to walk into the light. That was definitely my pleasure. I have such a profound appreciation for NEABPD. They are a group of the most dedicated and purposeful professionals and volunteers that I've ever encountered. So it doesn't matter if you teach, preach, support, love on, or live with someone with BPD, please know and believe we can only help them by being dedicated to our own growth and change. We can only help them by increasing our own understanding and practicing our own radical acceptance. I assure you, there isn't another legal way to nurture and maintain a healthy, successful relationship with our loved ones with BPD. I just needed to give you guys an update. 2 of the 3 of my loved ones are currently getting help from BBT therapists, of which I connected them with. That is such a blessing. 2 or 3 of them have increased their self-awareness. They positively respond to my new skills, sometimes using validation skills themselves. They're able to verbalize emotions in real time and manage them much better. They're able to express their truth and set boundaries. One has even become a poster child for the benefits of therapy, which if you knew her, you would think, wow, like I do every day. And more importantly, we're currently working on creating and nurturing a healthy friendship and relationship that is mutually beneficial. I've done a little growing as well. I've grown from seeking to change my loved ones to change seeking for myself. I've grown from being unintentional in validating and judgmental to intentionally validating and non-judgmental. I've grown from thinking I wasn't the problem to understanding I surely was not the solution. I've grown from accepting to radically accepting. I've grown from being angry and unforgiving to compassionate and forgiving. I've grown and I'm still growing. By the way, 3 years ago, I was so committed that I applied for a position. Yes. So as of February, I'm not only a client, I'm the coordinator of diversity, helping to bring BPD sexy to underserved and minority communities. I'm hoping that my lived experience allows you all to be more hopeful, helpful, and heroic. And remember, with validation, radical acceptance, and mindfulness, shift happens, especially in our relationships with our loved ones with BPD. I thank you all for your interest, your time, and your attention. It has truly been my pleasure.
Angela, thank you so much for your story and for sharing it with us so compellingly. Many notes of thanks from the audience. You have touched the family members in the audience as well as everybody else very, very deeply. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for your description of the Family Connections program.
Absolutely.
We'll see you back here at the panel shortly. Thank you so much.
You shall.
It's my honor to introduce our last speaker today. Clarissa Cooper, MS, LPC, NCC, CCH, CDBT, is a licensed professional counselor in Atlanta, Georgia, where she's the clinical director of North Atlanta DBT LLC. This conference's audience may be aware that the majority of Black adults with serious mental illness will not receive mental health treatment, and that access, stigma, and prejudice are some of the many roadblocks to getting care for members of that community. Ms. Cooper has a deep commitment to expanding the accessibility of dialectical behavior therapy with clients who are Black, Indigenous, and/or people of color, and also in supporting Black women, individuals who identify as part of the LGBTGEQ+ community, community organizers, and social justice activists. Ms. Cooper's work is also informed by her prior professional work in the women's reproductive health field and by Black feminist and healing justice frameworks. I think the themes she's going to be discussing today will really resonate with what we just heard from Angela Harvey about her own experiences. After seeing Ms. Cooper speak at the International Society for the Improvement and Teaching of DBT last fall, this conference team could not wait to invite her to speak with us today. So here to talk with us about applying an anti-racist framework in dialectical behavior therapy, please welcome Ms. Clarissa Cooper.
All right. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. You have been here all day. We are almost done, and we're going to talk about some really, really valuable and important concepts. Important things for you to know are that I am from unceded Muskogee and Creek territory in what is now known as Atlanta, Georgia. And my practice operates from a DBT, hypnotherapy, and somatic therapy approach, where I also weave in liberation, social justice, and liberation-oriented therapies and theories in the work that I'm doing with my clients. So back last year, June 2020, Armida Frizzetti and Aditi Vijay did a really wonderful presentation with NEABPD that talked about racism as an extreme invalidating environment. And then soon after that, there was a really wonderful article from Pearson, Erengeri, and Bond that actually came out of Yale that talked about anti-racist adaptations that therapists can make when they are working with clients of color. So what I've chosen to do today is to move forward from the concept that racism is an invalidating environment and that therapists need to make adjustments within the DBT framework that honors an anti-racist framework, to talking about what does that look like in the work that I do with my clients, working primarily with Black folks, Indigenous folks, and other people of color and other intersecting identities. So we're going to talk about the fact that the identity, we're going to identify, the importance of including client experiences of racism and oppression in our case conceptualizations of clients. We're going to talk about the necessity of applying an anti-racist therapeutic framework and specific concepts of anti-racist therapy and how there are intersections and ways that these concepts weave into an anti-racist DBT approach. So one of the questions that I frequently ask my clients when we first start working in from a DBT framework is, what does it mean to reclaim a life worth living in a world that's hell-bent on exploiting, criminalizing, and killing you? So within the DBT framework with working with borderline personality disorder, many of us are familiar with that life worth living question, right? What would make life worth living so that you would step away from any of your ineffective, unhealthy, or maladaptive coping behaviors? What might help you get recommitted to life? And so this is a question that I ask my clients, but I have to recognize that we are operating in a world that is filled with oppression. And so if that's the case, I can ask my clients to be reconnected, but what am I asking them to be reconnected to? So it requires me to have an awareness and to name that we live in an environment in a world that exploits, that criminalizes, and that actively kills and normalizes at times the deaths of Black, Indigenous bodies and people of color. All right. So as we move forward, I'm asking you to agree to a few understandings. One is that race is a social construct and that it is a hierarchy. It's a hierarchy in a spectrum that places at the top whiteness and sees that as good, and it places at the bottom Blackness and sees that as bad. All right, so we're going to be operating from an idea of anti-Blackness on one end, uplifting, emboldening whiteness on the other extreme, and that others fall in between that spectrum in some way, right? That racism operates from a caste-based system that places, again, whiteness at the top and sees whiteness as the default. So others are seen, other identities are seen as other, they're seen as less than, they are seen as different than. I'm also asking you to think about this from a systems-based perspective, right? We are individuals who are operating in systems. We're in systems in our family community. We are in systems in our work relationships and communities. We're in systems or groups and clusters of individuals operating and working together from a societal standpoint as well. Right? And so that means that anti-Black racism and the differential treatment and hierarchies that come along with that, again, lead to Black folks, Indigenous folks, and people of color to be othered. And so we have to ask who has power within the system, who has privilege within the system, and then who then is disadvantaged because they do not have power, they do not have privilege within that system. So when we're talking about being anti-racist, we have to recognize that we are talking about addressing racist attitudes, We're talking about addressing racist beliefs, and we're talking about addressing racist actions. We have to address all points and all factors. If we change our thinking, but we don't change our action, that doesn't necessarily lead to any change in an individual's life, and it doesn't lead to systemic change either. We're also asking folks to address and change any oppressive and racist systems that they're operating in. So the therapist must operate as an individual support for the client in therapy and as an advocate for that client and for marginalized communities outside of the therapy room as well. If we're operating from a place of true liberation, it requires us to understand and to address the various intersection of individuals' identities, individuals' privileges, and individuals' experiences of oppression, both the client and our own as clinicians. So we talked a lot about intersectionality. Angela spoke about intersectionality, right? What are the different ways that people's identities can intersect or stack onto one another, right? We've got race and ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation and economic status, religion, spirituality, disability status, immigration status, relationship status. We're also needing to pay attention to how does society and individuals treat folks with different body sizes and different body shapes, right? How are people's facial features seen? How are people's facial features and skin color privileged or disadvantaged? And so as I'm doing anti-racist liberation work with my clients, I can't only focus on race and ethnicity. I have to pay attention to all the other intersections that my clients show up in therapy with. I have to pay attention to my own intersections. What are the ways that I have privilege and what are the ways that I have power? And also what are the ways that I might be disadvantaged within the dynamic with my client? Another concept that we have to pay attention to and understand is that if a person is a part of a marginalized or a minority group, they experience minority stress. They experience levels of trauma, levels of stress due to how society engages, how society views, how society treats those folks. Right? Additionally, there is courtesy stigma. This is about folks who operate as allies, individuals who operate as advocates for marginalized groups that they also, depending on what environment they're in, might also experience pushback and lashback from others who have power within the system. And so folks with minority stress and also those who experience courtesy stigma have increased rates of psychological distress. That includes suicidal behaviors, low self-esteem, withdrawal from social interactions, medical conditions, substance abuse, HIV/AIDS, and hate crimes is very, very prevalent within communities of LGBTQ folks and gender expansive folks. Folks who are unhoused, research shows that they can have a decrease in cognitive functioning. And there's also, of course, depression, anxiety, and potential somatization, or the ways that the body experiences emotion. So what I'm asking you to consider is that if we're paying attention to people's identities and the intersections of their identities and how society responds to those folks, we have to pay attention to how are we conceptualizing how the person is showing up in therapy and what their issues are. So Rizma Minikin, who is a wonderful somatic therapist, a lot of us might know him because this last year his book, My Grandmother's Hands, became a very popular book in anti-racism work. He says that trauma decontextualized in a person looks like personality. Trauma decontextualized in a family looks like family traits. And trauma in a people looks like culture. What I'm asking us to consider is what does it look like to maintain an awareness of oppression as the context that our loved ones who are people of color and have borderline personality disorder, right? What is that context that they're living in? And how does oppression filter in and impact the context? Right? If I'm working with a client who has borderline personality disorder and a lot of her suicidality is rooted in being a Black woman who experiences oppression, and every time she turns on the TV, or very frequently when she turns on the TV or goes into social media, she sees that another Black or brown person has been murdered. I have to pay attention to how that informs and impacts her commitment to living. I have to pay attention to how that informs her suicidality. I can't just say, hey, let's get committed to life. What's going to make your life worth living? When the world is sending the message that your life is less valuable, it is less worthwhile, and that the world is sending them the message that you are less human. Right? I have to be able to hold space for all of these things at the same time as I'm working with my clients. So if we're going to operate from an anti-racist standpoint, a good foundation is to start with the multicultural and social justice counseling competencies. What do we as therapists have to show up with in the room to be able to do effective work with folks who are Black, Indigenous, and people of color? We have to first understand the complexities of diversity and multiculturalism on the counseling relationship. What are the dynamics? We have to understand people's histories and people's cultures. We have to recognize the negative influence of oppression on mental health and well-being. We have to understand that individuals in the context of their social environment, and their social environment can be their families, their friends, their work, right? It can be the larger cultural environment and also the larger societal environment as well. We also have to integrate a social justice advocacy framework into how we're doing therapy. What does it look like for me as a Black therapist to advocate for my clients who are also Black? What does it look like for me as a cisgender therapist to advocate for my clients who are trans or gender expansive? One of the things that we're doing here is trying to move away from just a cultural competence framework, because cultural competence places, again, whiteness as the default and sees other identities as other, sees different identities as other, right? And so it can lead to folks building lots of knowledge, but also lots of stereotypical knowledge that sees individual cultures as a monolith and doesn't see the nuance. It can also leave folks having lots of knowledge and feeling like they know things, but not actually putting into action things that are going to lead to societal change and also impact the relationship within therapy. So we're going to use a contextual lens that allows a multi-level approach to working with our clients. We are ultimately trying to merge together a biopsychosocial model that pays attention to people's biological predispositions if they have borderline personality disorder, right? High emotional sensitivity, high emotional intensity, right? High reactivity, slow return to baseline. I'm paying attention to the social environment, right? And oftentimes when I see and hear therapists doing DBT with clients and talking about the biosocial theory, they're talking about family of origin. They're talking about, religious communities and their local communities, but the folks that they are with on a regular basis. What I'm asking us to do is actually merge a biopsychosocial model with the socio-ecological model that allows us to kind of lift up and go beyond just the immediate community and start to look at the larger community and the larger society as a whole. We're merging the two. So, y'all, I'm very proud of my visual right here. You don't know how long it took me to figure out how to get this together. So, I'm very proud of myself. I just needed to highlight that. So we've got, as we oftentimes see in DBT, our Venn diagram that shows our dialectics, right? So we've got biological vulnerabilities and we've got interpersonal factors. This is what we usually focus on when we do the biopsychosocial theory in DBT. Right? What are these immediate relationships like for you? What I'm asking us to do is to add in this new domain, which is the societal and systemic factors as well. Okay, so we've got, again, biopsychosocial, what's happening on a day-to-day person-to-person level, but also what's happening in this larger culture, in this larger environment that our clients are working in. How is that invalidation that they're receiving informing how they view themselves, how they view their relationships with other people, and how they're able to engage with and trust folks in the world? So as we continue talking about a multicultural and a social justice practice, again, moving beyond just cultural competence, we're looking at what are the different domains that we as counselors have to be able to develop in. What are the ways that we need to grow so that we can show up and support our clients more effectively? One is we've got to increase our self-awareness, right? What are the ways, again, that we hold privilege? What are the ways that we hold power? What are the ways that we are disadvantaged? And what are our beliefs about moving through the world, right? I am clearly aware that I have an anti-capitalist worldview that has potential to impact and show up in the work I do with a client who runs a Fortune 500 company. It has shown up in the work that I've done with a client who runs a Fortune 500 company, where he is all about making money, and I'm all about saying, well, let's talk about wealth redistribution. What might that look like, right? I've got to pay attention to how do my values, my worldview, my experiences, and my identities show up and inform the work that I'm doing with clients. Where do I encourage the client to move and to consider a different perspective and how they show up in the world and how that impacts others? I also have to be willing to be impacted and moved by my client as well. I have to be aware of my client's worldview. How do they see themselves, right? If I have a client who is a Black woman who doesn't think that racism is that big of a deal, doesn't think that her life has been impacted in any real way, and that Black folks, we talk about race too much, y'all. And I operate from a liberation-focused perspective that is anti-oppression based, there's going to be some interesting dynamics and conversations that come up in the work that I do with my client, potentially, right? So I want to always be paying attention to what do I believe? How do I show up in the world? What does my client believe? How does my client show up in the world? And what's valid about both of our perspectives? And where's the middle ground? Where's the dialectic? I have to pay attention to what's happening within the counseling relationship and what's happening in our dynamic. Right? I always let my clients know when we first start working together. I communicate very directly. I tend to have a lot of energy. I don't quite bite my tongue very often. And I kind of just say things as they are. That's my culture. That's how I was raised. And that's something that I actually really love about myself, that I'm authentic and I don't beat around the bush. Although I wonder if there might be something problematic about that saying. I actually need to look it up and see if that's problematic. Right? But I communicate directly. That's something that I communicate to my clients up front who might come from cultures where direct communication might be seen as a bit more uncomfortable or a bit more threatening, right? I name, hey, this is how I communicate. Thoughts and feelings about that? Do you have any concerns? Let's talk about what it might look like. What do you need me to do differently? How do you need me to communicate in a different way? Also, I want you to know that there's plenty of space, there's plenty of room for you to let me know if I have done or said something that just doesn't quite feel really good. I want to talk about that. I want to navigate that, right? Because in the work that I'm doing with my clients, I am consistently talking about how is oppression impacting my clients, whether they are a BIPOC client or a person who has a marginalized identity, or if they're not. That's always coming into the room with the work I do with my clients. And so I have to make space for communicating and talking about really uncomfortable things, especially when we might have a difference in opinion. And I'm also talking about counseling and advocacy interventions. What are the things that I might need to do outside of my session with clients to advocate for them? What does it look like to advocate for my trans clients? What does it look like to engage in mutual aid to support communities that I know might have less resources, especially in the midst of COVID? So I've got a few quotes kind of sprinkled throughout that I just really love and I think really make the point. So Ratz et al. he and all his folks, they have done a lot of research around cultural competence and social justice, right? And multicultural counseling. They say counselors must strive to become aware of their cultural values, beliefs, and biases. This internal awareness then extends to counselors' understanding of their client's worldview and subsequently the ways in which culture, power, privilege, and oppression influence the counseling relationship. So what makes therapy work? These are things that we know. The therapeutic alliance being strong, there being opportunities for growth and change, and the therapist believing that the client is able to grow and change and sending that message. There being empathy, there being warmth, a sense of a caring environment. The client being able to learn skills and being able to develop and grow and see themselves actually using the things that they're learning and having positive outcomes because of it. I have to be able to set a clear rationale for understanding what's going on, having a treatment plan, having clear expectations around what I think is going to happen in therapy and what progress and growth I think is possible. I also have to be willing to make cultural adaptations of treatment. Right? And as a DBT therapist, the reality is there is not a lot of research out here about DBT with communities of color. It's just not a lot, it doesn't exist. Okay, there are 5 studies, 6 studies maybe. All right. As an evidence-based practice that was normed around a dominant culture, right? It means that in my Black women's DBT skills group, we have to make some adaptations when we're talking about the skills. We have to find ways to apply all of the different skills to what it means to operate in an anti-racist liberatory framework. Right? What does it mean to radically accept that the world is oppressive? What does it mean to accept that you might experience disadvantaged experiences and opportunities? What does it mean for me to say, and what comes up often is when we're talking about dialectics, where is the truth in a white supremacist framework? Like, can you please, Clarissa, help me understand how is a white supremacist viewpoint valid? Right? That's going to come up in my Black women's skills group. And what I have to say is, no, yeah, it's hard to do. And I imagine that there is a reason that this person has somehow developed this perspective. While the perspective itself might be flawed, the development of the belief that I can understand if you didn't grow up around people of color, if you grew up in an environment that was racist, right? Then it makes sense that they're going to pick up a problematic belief. So the belief itself, invalid. The development of the belief, lots of understanding of how that could happen. So I've got a little delay because I'm waiting for my slides to go. There we go. All right. So we've got another quote, y'all. Asia Marie Brown, one of my favorites from her book, Pleasure Activism, The Politics of Feeling Good, that talks about pleasure as a means and as a way to resist and to fight back and to create liberation for ourselves, especially for social justice activists and people of color. Liberated relationships are one of the ways that we actually create abundant justice. The understanding that there is enough attention, care, resource, and connection for all of us to access belonging, to be in our dignity, and to be safe in community. So one of the things we have to recognize is that white supremacy sends the message that there are scarce resources. There's not enough for everybody. And so because there's not enough for everybody, we've got to do what we can to hoard and to hold on to so that I can have, and that might mean that others do not have. And so that idea of scarcity, a lot of my clients of color have internalized. There's not enough for me. There's not enough relationship. There's not enough love. There's not enough money. There's not enough fill in the blank. And so what I work with my clients to identify for themselves is, what does liberation look like? What does relationship look like? What does abundance look like? And how do we cultivate that in your personal life, in your relationships? And how do we then move into creating that in a larger societal context? Okay. So Archer has written a book that is the anti-racist psychotherapy book. Right? And it identifies, based on Jung's work, that there are 5 faces of oppression that we as therapists must identify and work to address in the work we're doing with clients. The first is that there is cultural imperialism. And cultural imperialism is centered around, again, the idea that whiteness is seen as the default and that everything else is othered around it. And so if we're going to push back against whiteness as the default, then we have to operate from a decolonization standpoint. We have to recognize the ways that folks have been disconnected from their own identities, the way that folks have been disconnected from their cultures, the way that they have been disconnected from a sense of self. And we're ultimately helping folks move from a place of internalized colonization and internalized racism and white supremacy to a place of, again, being more whole and more connected. That there's exploitation, right? And we talked about exploitation a little bit, this idea that for me to have, someone else must be disadvantaged, right? For me to have, someone else will be harmed. Right? And so to offset exploitation, we as therapists must be moving our clients in the work we're doing towards equity. So that looks like, whose voices are we listening to and whose voices are we inviting into a room? It looks like, what resources are we making sure are appropriately dispersed within the community? And how am I helping my client get connected to community and get connected to resource? How am I helping my client get into communities that are actually going to be validating and understand their experiences and support them? To counteract powerlessness, right? The inability to shift or change or impact experience or an outcome, my goal is to help clients get empowered. Right? And empowerment is about boosting the lived experience of individuals who differ from us. So how am I helping my client learn to tell their story? How am I helping my client identify what their strengths are, and especially their strengths that are rooted in their cultural experiences? To replace marginalization and being pushed to the side and seen as an outcast or being excluded, I'm working to elevate. And again, this is making space for new voices, varied identities. It's the willingness to name the elephant in the room and talk about the hard things. It's the willingness to name, even if my client doesn't come in and say, hey, it's been a really hard news cycle and another Black person was murdered. It's me showing up in therapy and saying, hey, you may or may not want to talk about this, and I'm aware that this just happened yesterday. Is that something that we need to actually make time for in our time together? How is that impacting you? It's being willing to bring to the table the things that the client may or may not realize need to come to the table. And the last bit is compassion in response to violence. Okay? How do we show up with a non-judgmental stance? How do we cultivate generosity and gratitude? How can I be mindfully present with my own experience so that I can regulate and manage that to create space for my client to be able to show up with their fullness, even if their fullness might be uncomfortable for me? I'm also working to validate my clients' experiences and helping them find their kernel of truth, and operating from a place where I see my client's symptoms within a broader system. So from an anti-racist therapy standpoint, there is the opportunity to weave in potentially some fundamental Afrocentric dimensions. And so what we've recognized is that there are certain ideas and concepts and cultural mannerisms that show up in more Afrocentric communities and also other cultures and communities of color that could be really beneficial in how we're doing our work with clients. The first is spirituality, right? And this may or may not apply to all clients, but for some, we have to move in a place where we understand that folks have a belief in a force greater than themselves. And this can be rooted in religion, it can be outside of religion. And that ultimately within Afrocentric psychology, we're talking about the idea that the highest fulfillment of spirituality is coming into a place of harmony. Harmony with our environment, harmony internally within ourselves, harmony with relationships, and also moving from a place of materialism. We're talking about collectivism. It's the idea of interdependence and mutual cooperation. We're moving away from individualism as an extreme and trying to merge the two. Who are you as an individual, and what does that look like in relationship and in community with other people? I'm recognizing that sometimes in communities of color, time orientation is a little bit different. Sometimes, we see past, present, and future all interwoven together rather than being solely future oriented. And so that means some people have heard of CP time, where we might be running a little late because the way that we experience the moment is being in the here and now. So whatever's happening right now, that's what I'm focusing on, right? And additionally, we're paying attention to how is right now impacted by the past, how might it also impact the future? We're talking about orality and what it means to honor family stories and cultural stories and narratives. What are the stories you've been told about your relatives that inform how you see yourself and how you see yourself within your family? What are the stories that you've been told that inform how you see your positioning in the world around you? There's sensitivity to affect and emotion, this idea that it is okay to show up with broad, full emotion. And so as I'm working with my clients who have borderline personality disorder to do emotion regulation, I want to honor a boldness. I want to honor vibrancy. I don't want to dampen that too much. If a person's angry, I want them to be as angry as they need to be and in an effective way. But I don't want to dampen and tell them that it's not okay to feel and it's not okay to feel big. You can feel big. You just can't act ineffectively in response to the bigness. We're also moving with verve and rhythm, right? There's a vibrancy that I want to bring into the work that I'm doing with my clients and helping my clients connect to their own vibrancy. And also being in balance and in harmony with nature. Being in harmony means noticing and operating within our wholeness. It means operating from a place of dignity and respect. It also means within Afrocentric dimensions that we pay attention to how we, the living, are connected to those who have transitioned and who have passed. What does it look like to do ancestral work with my clients if we're doing liberation work? How do we use family stories? How do we use a connection with the deceased family member as a resource and as a strength to help them get through hard times or to connect to universal truth or that internal wise mind truth that they have? So decolonizing is the psychological and emotional embodiment of reclamation. It's a sort of midwifery into ancestral healing. It's a return to ancestral healing while at the same time holding these institutions of Eurocentricity accountable. So what are the ways that we can identify systems and institutions that operate from a default of whiteness and other people? Right? And how do we help folks reclaim their identity? How do I help folks become full and whole in their racial identities as well as all of the other intersecting identities? What does it look like to weave in a connection to the past? So what I wanted to leave you all with are a few ways that I weave in these concepts with the work that I'm doing with my clients. I want to say that these are questions that I ask and ideas and concepts that I explore with my clients who are Black, Indigenous, and folks of color. But I also ask these questions to my folks who are not, right? And so these are questions for everyone to sit with and explore, right? So we want to explore clients' experiences of microaggressions, discrimination, violence, and oppression. I want to invite that into the room. I want to talk about prenatal and perinatal events that might have affected them or still affects them, right? What's happened within your history, what happened while you were in the womb that might still be impacting you and affecting you right now. I want to talk to my clients about what their awareness is and what the impact is of any historical trauma. What are the large cultural traumas that clients have known about and their families have experienced that still linger and impact them today? What's happened on an intergenerational line? What's happened within the generations within their families? And how does that inform how families show up? So for example, my grandmother, I love her, and she tends to be emotionally withholding. She has a long history of trauma. And her being emotionally withholding led to her feeling as though there wasn't space for her to be emotive with her kids. She loved her kids, but she wasn't a touchy-feely person. She didn't tell her kids, I love you, because she was focused on, we've got to survive in this world that doesn't like you, doesn't care about you, and is going to do everything it can to harm you. So my grandmother being withholding and feeling like that was the thing she needed to do to help her children survive in a world that was going to be emotionally withholding and potentially violent towards them led to me having a mother who is also, I love her, but emotionally withholding. She can give you positive emotion, but she does not know how to do negative emotion, right? How does that line of family trauma and experience, how does that impact how I show up in the world? How does that impact how I understand emotion, my own experience of emotion and relationship with others, right? These are the types of questions and also examples that I'm using in the work with my clients to help them explore these things. We're also talking about thoughts, feelings, beliefs, and concerns about working with a therapist of a different identity or different intersections. This is a question that I want to encourage all of us to ask if we knowingly are working with folks that have a different identity than us. Do you have any questions for me, right? What does it feel like to be working with me as a cisgender therapist and you are a client, you're a person who is trans? Do you have concerns? Are there things you want to know whether I know about? These are things that I actually want to invite my client to ask and explore with me, okay? And also we're consistently clarifying if experiences are pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral, because my association with particular words or language or experiences could be completely different than my clients, okay? So I don't want to assume that I understand the nature and the nuance of their experience. So the NAP Ministry is an organization I highly encourage you all to get to know. So you can find them on Instagram. And the NAP Ministry is centered around this idea of rest as resistance. What does it look like to disconnect from grind culture and this idea that we have to be in a cog, in a wheel, in a system that's centered on scarcity and production, right? And to instead allow yourself to rest so that you can recuperate and move towards liberation in your wholeness. And so one of the things that I really love about the NAP Ministry is she talks about deprogramming, which is deconditioning or basically decolonizing our framework of ourselves. Right? And so she consistently gives us some really good questions that I use with my clients. When do you feel the most liberated? When do you feel the most loved? What is the soul? How do you feel connected to that concept? What would a community that is cared for look like for you? Additional questions for deprogramming, deconditioning, right? Decolonizing. What will it take for you to feel liberated? When do you feel the most human? When do you feel the least human? What are the ways your lineage and culture have experienced harm, invalidation, and vulnerabilities? And what are the ways that your lineage and your culture are connected to strength, to skillfulness, to resilience? I think oftentimes when we talk about ancestry and historical trauma with clients, we are consistently focusing on the negative. But one of the things that I do with the work with my clients is, how did your family survive? Clearly they made it, you're here. So there's strength, there's resilience, there's skillfulness that's in your lineage. How do we get connected to that? And how do you then use that as a way to support yourself as you move through your illness and reconnecting with yourself in the world? What helps you feel safe in relationships? What helps you feel joyful, grounded, connected? Where and how in your body do you experience your connection to your culture? When do you feel most and least connected? And so I touch my own skin and it tells me that before there was any harm, there was miracle. The work that I'm doing with my clients is to help them get reconnected to that core essence of themselves, right? To get reconnected to their true core self that can also be in healthy community with others, the part of them that is miracle. And so lastly, I just want to leave you with a few ways as I'm teaching DBT skills with my clients, a few ways that I weave in some of these anti-racist liberation-focused concepts in the skills work. When we're talking about stage 1 targets in DBT, life-threatening behaviors, therapy interfering behaviors, quality of life interfering behaviors, what I want to explore with my clients is how does injustice and oppression impact and maintain these targets? If we're talking about the biosocial theory, we talk about historical, intergenerational, and cultural trauma. How might that impact a person's biological predisposition? How does it also impact how the community engages with them and how their social environment engages with them? When we're talking about inhibited grieving, I point out to my clients that we have to allow ourselves to fully grieve the losses, the harm, and any internalized white supremacy that we've been operating in. How have we functioned in a way that maintained a disconnection from our wholeness? And how do we then allow ourselves to fully feel into rage, grief, and fear that are all justified if you're experiencing oppression? When we're talking about wise mind, you say that wise mind is that merging of what's logical and our emotion mind, right? How does our emotion inform us? What do we feel? We also say that wise mind is connected to universal truth. It's connected to our intuition, right? Sometimes we just have a way of knowing things. And in the work that I do with my clients, wise mind expands to say, what are the ways of knowing that are connected to your culture, that are connected to your family, that are connected to your ancestry? What are the things that you know because you were born and bred to know it because of your lineage? Pleasure activism is the work we do to reclaim our whole, happy, and satisfiable selves from the impacts, the delusions, and the limitations of oppression and/or supremacy. And so as I work with my clients to move towards a whole self and also moving through hard emotions and crisis, we're consistently coming back to what does it look like for you to give yourself permission to experience pleasure? Oftentimes folks have been told that it's not allowed or they haven't been taught how to connect to it. And so what I want to help my clients know is that just showing up in the world as a person with a marginalized identity is political and it is an act of resistance. And so you staying alive is a way to push back against oppression. It's a way to push back against racism. And you also have to care for yourself in the process. So when we talk about self-soothing, right, tending to ourselves with our 5 senses, when we talk about doing pleasant events, I connect it to pleasure activism, that you experiencing joy is a way to fight back against oppression and white supremacy and capitalism. Right? How do you show up and support your body? How can you operate from a bottom-up perspective where you allow your body's wisdom to come forth and to guide you and not just operate from a cognitive or a top-down way? When we're operating with imagery for crisis survival, what does it look like for you to connect and commune with your ancestors, right? Are there ways that you, when you're doing prayer, that rather than praying to God or your higher power, what does it look like to request and receive support from your ancestors, to call on strength from them as you're trying to get through and move through a crisis? When you need to take a break and give yourself a brief vacation, we're back to the nap ministry. Rest is resistance. And so if you truly are going to be able to show up in the world as your whole self, you got to be rested. Right? If you're going to fight back against oppression, you got to have energy. And so rest is required for that. What are the ways you can give yourself permission to step back? And if we're contributing to others as a way to survive crisis, to regulate our emotions, to bring down that intensity, what does it look like to operate from a place of advocacy? Right? What does it look like to offer community support and to offer mutual aid so that you can move to a place of feeling empowered, or you can also move to a place where you can see yourself as a member of a community? And when we're talking about interpersonal effectiveness with my clients, we talk about the importance of understanding family and social culture, because y'all, sometimes the way that DBT tells us we should use Dear Man, Give Fast, our interpersonal effectiveness skills, are not always going to fly in certain families and in certain cultures. And so it's really important to keep that in mind as we're engaging with our clients and teaching them skills. What do these skills actually look like in action in the lives and the worlds that they live? And so lastly, I'll leave you with this idea. We need to learn how to practice love such that care for ourselves and others is understood as political resistance and as a way that we're cultivating resistance and resilience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Clarissa Cooper, for talking with us today about the important work you're doing and really doing an evidence-based treatment from this very anti-racist framework. This is so important, so long overdue, and we are just so thrilled to have you here with us. We've been getting questions coming in from the chat all over, and one theme has really come up. You just touched on it, and I wonder if I can ask you to expand on it a little bit. The question is, what kind of adaptations can you make to the interpersonal effectiveness skills in DBT, knowing that the norms may be rooted or embedded in white supremacy? You were just touching on this. Could you expand that for us a bit?
Yeah, so one of the things that I ask my clients to do when we're talking about interpersonal effectiveness are, what are the rules in your family? What type of communications tend to be supported and what type of communications are not supported? So in my family, if I said to my mother, Mom, my feelings are hurt, I really wish you would say this in this other way, my mom would be like, girl, I don't care about your feelings. Right? So that's just not going to work. However, if I can be really intentional, and it's that reinforced part of Dear Man, and play to my audience, I got to know my audience. What my mom does care about is, how will other people perceive our family? That's something that matters to oftentimes Black families, right? How do other people view us? So I can't say, Mom, my feelings are hurt, I wish you would do this other thing in a different way. What I can say to my mom is, Mom, if I'm not able to talk to you about what my concerns are and ask you to engage with me in a different way, I might have to go to others for support. Right? And that is going to hook her, because that's connected to her view that well, I'd rather you talk to me first before you go and share our business with other folks. And so it's just a small example to say you've got to know what the culture is and use that as a way to really angle your interpersonal effectiveness tools.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. It absolutely does. Thank you.
So Clarissa, we made an executive decision as you were speaking to hear your full presentation, which did cut into the question and answer time. But since the panel is just about to start, we figured that there would be options to ask the questions during the panel. Your intervention was so compelling that we decided to hear it till the end. We all wanted to do that. So it was a universal executive decision. So thank you so much for your presentation. All right. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Aditi Vijay, who will moderate the panel along with Dr. Decker. Dr. Vijay is a clinical psychologist and assistant clinical professor at Georgetown University School of Medicine in Washington. Along with her interest in predictors of change and success in treatment in emerging adults and the association between suicide and loneliness, Dr. Vijay's research is expanding to examine the role of race in the provision of therapy. With an interest in reducing stigma and supporting families, Dr. Vijay recently joined the board of NEABPD. Aditi, thank you so much for co-moderating the conference panel today. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. So excited to be here with you all. This has been just a wonderful, fact-filled day, and looking forward to processing some of what we've learned with you all over the next hour or so, 45 minutes. To keep our discussion lively as we hit the wrapping up portion, we're planning to divide up into two small groups so that we have a chance to talk a little bit more in depth and allow our panelists to have some interaction. So first, we're going to ask Amanda Wang, Nema Paley Rose, Nadine Larivière, and Frank Yeomans to come up virtually. To the audience, if you have questions, please keep them coming and put them into the chat box. And we will, and for the presenters, we're going to direct questions to you each individually. At the same time, if we ask somebody else a question, we would love, and you have something you want to add, please feel free to jump in. We're trying to make this as close to a in real life experience as we can. So the first question is going to go to Amanda. And one of the questions I saw floating around earlier today was asking you about, you know, your relationship with your therapist was so instrumental and, you know, in change. And it sounds like, you know, you had multiple suicide attempts. And I think for some of the therapists out there, they were wondering, you know, is there something somebody could have done for you earlier that you might have found helpful?
Was there something that could have been done earlier? I honestly think I had to go through the pace that we did get through everything, because I think I wasn't ready to receive a lot of that information about who I was and being ready to express who I am to other people. So I think just came as soon as it did. Unfortunately, I did have a couple of suicide attempts, but luckily I came through them.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess just as a quick follow-up to that,
yes.
I think that, you know, that idea of being like change being a process is really an important part of what you're saying. And that I just want to highlight that as therapists and family members, sometimes we feel very pushed for people to have change. And I just think that part of what your experience is highlighting is that when the time was right or the work had been done, like that's when it kind of evolved into that. And so I thought that was a really powerful part of your talk, and wanted to give you the chance to comment on that further if you wanted to.
I often describe, I do dialectical behavior therapy, and I often describe it as like an ocean slowly eroding away a piece of rock into sand. It takes time, but it's a gradual process, and eventually we get to the end goal. So yeah, totally true.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have a question for Nama. One thing that came up a lot in the chat, and as people were listening to your story and your sister's story, was the power and the utility for you of having a diagnostic label, a language to talk about the experience. At the same time, we know that in a lot of communities where there's so much stigma, including the BPD community, there's some concern about having a diagnostic label and the challenges that can bring up. I wonder if you could expand on your thoughts a little bit about what was useful for you about this. How do you feel about the label issue?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, I think just for, at least for me, in the context of my sister, it's really only been liberating because when we didn't know what her diagnosis was, it felt so impossible to know how to be supportive and to have the tools to communicate better and to be the sister that I hope to be. I do feel like quite grateful, and I think Bria will probably say mostly the same, that I don't feel like I've experienced a lot of negativity around the BPD label when I've shared it with people in my community. I don't think she has either, but she can also speak to that. She's sitting right here. I think that we really had a lot of positivity and support, and the label has enabled us to connect with other individuals with lived experience and with their family members and communities. I'm curious if my parents would say the same thing. My mom is sitting over there, because I think it might come with a different weight as a parent, and especially I think with the frustration of it having taken till my sister was in her mid-30s. So I feel like there is more stigma there and frustration around just years and years of different psychologists and how hard my mom tried to get a diagnosis and how long it took to get one. Although, of course, I now know that BPD can be a little bit of a complicated diagnosis, and that, of course, there's still experts in the field, although it's impossible for me to understand who don't think that it's like a accurate or real diagnosis and that it should have a different label. But for me, that feels really impossible to understand.
Thanks so much.
The next question is for you, Dr. Yeomans. Earlier on during your presentation, somebody asked if you could speak a bit more to targeting identity dysregulation in psychotherapy. So how can we help people to develop a coherent and more stable sense of self? And also, as a follow-up to that, in psychotherapy, how might we target developing a sense of self within relationships with other people?
That's a big question, so let me try to answer.
She did put the disclaimer, this is not a simple response, and we understand that, but anything you share would be wonderful.
Okay, because there's two things, or three or four, I'll try to stick to two. First of all, in terms of establishing an identity where somebody has identity diffusion, I want to go back to Nadine's talk, which I thought was really helpful, as all were. Because even though what I tend to do therapeutically with patients with personality disorders, of course we have to match the therapy to the patient, is based on psychoanalytic thinking. Everybody thinks psychoanalytic thinking is just all cerebral and so on and so forth. But we are very much in agreement with Nadine. I wouldn't take somebody into therapy if they weren't willing to engage in a serious life activity, because it's kind of a waste of time. You can just think and think and think. But if you're not engaged with the world and bringing back your reactions to those experiences, you're not really getting anywhere. So first of all, we anchor the work in reality. But then the other part is to work with what we call the transference. It's called transference-focused psychotherapy. And this is that idea I was trying to get at with the discussion of internal representations of self and other. Simple example. On one day, your patient comes in, this is the beginning of therapy, and they're very grateful and they appreciate that you're their therapist and they really love the thing you said in the last session. The next day, you're useless, they don't know why they come here, they're going to fire you. So those are two extremely different self experiences and experiences of the other. So my idea would be to help the person get to know each one of those self and other experiences, reflect on how they can coexist. They're the same person, I'm the same person, one day I'm great, the other day I'm horrible. One day they're happy, the next day they're miserable. How can we take a step back and think about these contradictions and try to put them together? Third element, then I'll stop. This I haven't talked about yet, but I think one thing that keeps a healthy identity from developing are harsh critical voices in the mind. So if you take a step, if you do what Nadine says to do, go out and get a job, the first time you flip that burger, you're not going to say, great, flip the burger. You're going to say, you flipped the burger on, you jerk. So then you get caught in this cycle of self-attack. And when you're caught in a cycle of self-attack, you grind to a halt. So you might have started out with healthy interests in life. You like gardening, you like sports, whatever you like. But if you've got that, what I call internal attack dog, that is unrecognized by you, but it's unleashed as soon as you take a step, you're never going to build an identity. So we have to help the person get to know that, get control of that, get involved in the world, look at how they're experiencing them in relation to us, and the whole package can lead to integration.
Thank you.
Nadine, I have a question for you, but I'm wondering if you have any responses to Dr. Yeoman first, given that I saw you just nodding and nodding.
Well,
Anything to
I'm
add?
in agreement. I'm in agreement. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. Yeah.
I don't know,
Oh, please.
I don't know why does everybody call me Dr. Yeomans and everybody else is Nadine? I'm trying to go by Frank here. Anyway.
Thank you so
let you
much.
know.
I appreciate the feedback.
You're welcome.
Nadine, I was wondering if you could speak a little bit more about the use of checklists in your work to help people assess vocational interests. Somebody posted the question that, given the difficulty that folks may have in identifying their own likes, their own preferences in BPD, how might you use a checklist with somebody who's really struggling with that piece?
Well, what is interesting
I'm having trouble
in
hearing
using
Nadine.
these.
Anybody else?
Me too.
You do?
I don't have sound.
No.
Oh dear.
Let me. I can
All
continue.
right. Malin, Stephen, do you think you could help Nadine with her microphone, please?
So
We
the
really
audience,
want to hear her.
We can all hear Nadine. So Nadine, you can keep talking. Yeah.
Thank
and then
you.
I'll let you know
Okay.
when she's done. Okay, guys?
Yep.
Thanks.
Okay. So I was going to say that with the checklist, like the interest checklist, for example, what we would do is look at the person's history. It helps to find ideas. Everybody has done hobbies, has done activities from the school years, what they have done. Couldn't be through observations of other family members as well, and build from there. And as an occupational therapist, because we know that these kinds of activities can provide pleasure, we would have clients engage in those in an exploratory way during therapy and rehabilitation, again, to be learning about themselves in action and reflecting back on these kinds of experiences. That's what we did in my practice during my clinical years. We would have clients get involved in a variety of activities to explore more about themselves. So there are always things that we like in life, but we might have to, do this kind of exercise more than once. Can be through a questionnaire, can be through another time through more of a projective type of activity, like through a collage. I see pictures, it triggers, some kind of positive feeling, and go from there.
All right. That was a great answer, Nadine. Thank you so much. Aditi, Suzanne, I think a next question would be awesome.
Okay. I think the next question is for Nama. And I was curious, Bria referenced a little bit being Jewish and culture just a little bit, I think, towards the end of your talk. And given the theme of identity here today, I'm just curious whether or not you felt like your family's identity as being Jewish, if that ever had any interplay in terms of stigma or getting help or receiving help, if you had any thoughts on that.
Yeah, it's so funny. I am sure that for religious communities in various contexts, it does come with stigma. We grew up on the Upper West Side of Manhattan, where everybody is a therapist, has a therapist. At least 80% of my friends' parents are therapists. My husband's mom's a therapist. So I don't think that there was stigma around that. I remember very distinctly, we grew up going to a Jewish day school through middle school, and there was a school psychologist, and he's an old friend of my parents. So I think that going to therapy, which now I'm very lucky to have a wonderful therapist who's well-versed in BPD, and I feel like especially at the end of the year of this pandemic, like everybody I know quotes their therapist in every sentence. So I know that that's certainly not everywhere and not every community or every culture, but our particular Jewish community, probably because we grew up in like a very progressive area that's very pro talking about mental health. If anything, I'm hopeful that the nature of our religious community and the various communities we're part of helped us, and helped my mom specifically, I would say, seek out support for my sister and try to get diagnoses. It still took a long time to get to the right one, but I don't think it was because of stigma or lack of trying.
Thank you.
Great. I've got a question for you, Nadine. This poster writes, I recently learned about treatment of BPD in Canada. The clinicians were discussing self-harm as an occupation itself, rather than a coping skill to manage emotions as we might think of it in other treatments. And the question is, as an occupational therapist, do you discuss this with your clients? And do you look at self-harm as a coping skill or as an occupation?
I think I would answer that I would look at it broadly. Like substance use is another example that I would look at it broadly, in the sense that I would look at elements of context. I would look at it at what function does it have in the person's life? It has a purpose, it has a function, it has a meaning or different types of meaning. That's how I would go about it. But it could turn out that in the end, for the person, the function of self-harm is a coping skill. But the way I would talk about it is more in a more broad way.
Thank you. And thank you all, Amanda, Nama, Nadine, and Frank. We're going to go ahead and switch to the second panel.
All right.
But from the bottom of our hearts, we really thank you for being with us today and sharing your experiences and expertise. As we switch, we're going to invite up Bria Paley, Angela Harvey, Alex Keuroghlian, and Clarissa Cooper to allow the audience to ask some additional questions. And so again, if you've got questions, please pop them into the chat box, and to the presenters who are coming up or already here, feel free to jump in and add a response if you are so inclined. I think that the first question I have is directed towards Clarissa. There were tons of questions coming in from your talk. And one of the ones specifically asked, sorry, my computer's moving a little bit, if you've made any adaptations of interpersonal effectiveness skills where much of DBT is grounded in white supremacy and the skills come out of that. So I think you alluded to this earlier when you were describing how a dear man might not quite work with your family, and as you were doing your mom's voice, I could just hear my father saying, like, I'm not really interested in the impact on you, and that like that skill would not have been effective. So I'm curious, and people in the audience are as well, if you have made any adaptations, and if not, have you thought about it, or what kinds of things might you think of doing?
Yeah, so we are consistently in our group making adaptations to a lot of the skills in terms of like just adding in new concepts and ideas or ways to apply. So with interpersonal effectiveness, we do talk about the tendency for Black women, for example, to be seen as laborers for other people's emotions, for creating the space to give to others and not necessarily tend to themselves. And so we talk a lot about the importance of like, how do we use the give skill, which is for relationship effectiveness, but like that tendency to overuse give because we've been conditioned to do so, and what it looks like to actually do a little bit more self-respect effectiveness versus doing give or dear man, which is for objectives effectiveness. So those tend to be the ways that we do our adaptations. It's about how are we applying the concepts, not necessarily changing the actual language of the skills, but what's the angle and the nuance we have to keep in mind. And also talking a lot about where is the best place to seek support, right? Sometimes we can't change the environment, right? My mom's going to be like, okay, girl, I don't care at the end of the day. And the same with your father might be, I don't care about the impact. And so there's also that importance of talking about a broader community, right? If you're not able to change your environment because they're too grounded and entrenched in a particular perspective, who are the other people you're in relationship with that are going to be more responsive, that are able to hear your requests and honor your requests?
Makes a lot of sense. Thank you. Angela, I have a question for you. You spoke with so much passion about the work that you've been doing, the growth that you've been finding in yourself and seeing in others. Somebody in the from the audience was really asking, like, what was the inner drive that helped you stay motivated when things were challenging? Where do you find that energy?
The biggest piece for me was my God-given assignment to empower and enlighten other people. So thus, I'm wanting to stay sane. The other piece is I'm driven by the things that I cannot do to get those things done. And so for me to be in a space and place in relationship with someone and me not be able to navigate, I absolutely, upon finding out what I was doing wrong and what I did not get quite right, was driven to be able then to find ways to be able to apologize, to be able to bring myself to my own attention. And so that I just got this internal thing that says, keep growing, keep growing, keep growing. And I realize that not everybody has it. So I allow what does drive me to drive me. And I would just suggest to people to find what drives you, what pushes you, what makes you go beyond, and use that, whatever that is, as long as it's not illegal.
Wise words. Thank you.
I think that the next question goes to Alex. And something that a couple of people in the audience were wondering around your presentation was about the increase that we're seeing in people talking about and exploring gender dysphoria, where, the idea of just being transgendered, how to be respectful of that, feels new to many people. And so some of the questions were geared towards wondering if it's a new phenomenon, what it might have been called before, just like trying to understand the context of it more generally.
Yeah, it's a great question, and a question that I think often comes up in the VPD-focused circles as well, just because it challenges some fundamental ways in which we respond to experiences that we hear about from our clients and from the communities that we work with. Gender diversity has existed throughout history and in every country and at every point in time. It's something that has by and large been suppressed to varying degrees, or I should maybe oppressed by society, the same way diversity in terms of sexual orientation and sexual behavior has existed throughout time in every country and in every city, town, village. We just haven't really accommodated it because it necessitates an understanding of, appreciation of, and tolerance of diversity that I think hasn't always been present. In certain cultures and in certain points in history, more room has been made for diversity in terms of gender identity, gender expression, and sexual orientation. I think what's happened recently, and this is, there are sociologists and historians who are better at this than I am. I'm a psychiatrist, but I think what happened in the 20th century is that we had, a movement toward sexual liberation, women's liberation. There was revolution in terms of gay rights and diversity in terms of sexual orientation, and all of that kind of set the stage for a political movement and a cultural movement that finally starts to make some room, and I think we're just at the beginning, for gender diversity that exists among humans, and this idea that your inner sense of what your gender is not determined necessarily in any way by the sex you were assigned when you were born, and that we don't just have two categories of gender among humans, of women and men, that gender exists as a continuum, and it's not binary the same way eye color isn't binary, height isn't binary, skin color isn't binary. And that's very new for people. It gets at something very primal in terms of the way we make sense of human experience and the way society is structured based on patriarchy and binary notions of gender. One interesting thing that we care about a lot and are focused on it in the field is this sense that you can have gender diversity and break down the binary in terms of gender and not erase the identities of women and the strides that have been made in terms of women's rights and feminism, that it's a both and intersectional understanding of feminism and of gender diversity. So there's a lot that could be said, but I think it's a very exciting kind of revolutionary moment we're in society right now.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Bria, I have a question for you. I'd asked your sister something similar, and I'd love to hear your perspective on this. Hearing your story, I was struck by sort of the power of having a diagnostic label in the way that you were describing it. And we also know that in the BPD community, in many communities where there's a lot of stigma, having a label has some problematic features to it. Tell us, if you would, what you think about having a diagnostic label. Has that been helpful for you? Is it problematic for you? What's your experience with that?
So for me, it's been helpful because I was able to find out more about what BPD means, connect with people who also have a diagnosis. But I am aware of the stigma and that people feel they've been misdiagnosed. I've learned about it from all sorts of ways. I mean, more recently, it's been on TV shows like Crazy Ex-Girlfriend, and it's been explored that way. So yeah, I think it's a really interesting question with stigma. I've found that for me, it's better to be honest and forthcoming about this diagnosis. But other people are more private about it, and that's their right. Yeah, I guess that's what I'd say about a label.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, and it's your experience.
Brings it back to your identity in a way, right, Bria? For sure. I have temporarily perhaps exchanged with Aditi because Aditi was having microphone, and so she was having a hard time hearing the answers. And I have actually a question from the audience for both of you, Clarissa and Alex. Can we compare gender identity stressors and racial identity stressors in relation to diagnosis and treatment? Gender affirming treatment and racial discrimination / identity affirming treatment, if you will. Any thoughts on how aligned or the parallel paths? They're not, well, they do intersect sometimes, but the parallel path of the treatment for both.
Alex, would you like to respond first?
Clarissa, would you? Oh, Alex, go ahead.
Clarissa, please feel free to start. I'm happy to follow you.
Yeah, so, I think that, let me pull the question back up. It was a very complicated question, so I want to make sure that I'm noticing it. I think that what I talk about a lot with my clients are how do their symptoms of borderline personality disorder, how are they exacerbated by how their racial identity stressors show up, as well as their gender identity stressors, and what are the similarities? And so we do a lot of, in the work with my clients, a lot of working on how do they understand themselves with, like, embedded in their racial identity? How do they see themselves embedded within their culture as well, their racial culture as well? And so when I'm working with my clients who are navigating gender identity stressors, we also talk about how they've developed a sense of self, especially around the ideas of masculinity and femininity. What messages have they picked up from society and from culture, the cultures that they're in, that inform how they view themselves, how they think they're supposed to show up or not show up, and then how that leads to criticism and judgment about themselves. And similar questions that I ask with my clients around race as well. So what are the messages you've learned and you've internalized? And then how does that exacerbate or intersect with some of the dysregulating tendencies that come with borderline personality disorder?
Yes, you bring it back to identity always. And you spoke about that very compellingly in your presentation. Thank you, Clarissa. What do you think, Alex?
Yeah, I love what Clarissa said. I think that there are important similarities and differences. Certainly, the minority stress framework that we use to understand the experiences of transgender and gender diverse people, I think, is a framework that has value when thinking about and working with a variety of minoritized populations. The idea of chronically developmentally experiencing everyday discrimination, victimization, microaggressions, frank violence, the adverse impact that that can have on general psychological processes, internalizing the stigma that society has about your identity, whether it's racism or transphobia, for example, how that can lead to mistrust of caretakers and healthcare providers. So, discomfort, maybe trusting and attaching with caregivers, and the adverse impact that can have on mental health outcomes and behavioral health outcomes. I think there are some very important differences as well, and it's often intersectional, right? There are people who have both experiences. One important difference is that if you're experiencing racism as, say, a Black, Indigenous, or person of color in the U.S., it's often your family of origin and your community of origin that understands your experience. And when you go out into the world, there's invalidation, people don't understand your experience. When you're a sexual or gender minority person, typically your family of origin, your community of origin maybe is not accepting of you. And then you kind of venture out into the world to find community, to find a family of choice, because your experience is so different from the family that you come from. So that's one interesting difference, perhaps.
Interesting and very powerful and profound. Absolutely. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Alex. Angie, I wonder, what are your thoughts on this intersectionality, the conversation that we're having? I mean, those are two elements that you touched on in your presentation. Do you from a lived experience, family member, lived experience, what are your thoughts?
Well, I do know that because as I attempted to do in my presentation, different things, different parts of my identity had me feeling different things. So definitely the African-American in me that is used to operating in this place of strength and place of empowerment, those types of things, having to navigate that, or should I say being unable to navigate that, absolutely left me feeling very weak and weak-spirited and weak-minded. The LGBTQ person in me, of course, I was on the forefront with HRC when we were just trying to be seen 20-something years ago. So, there's a conscious effort I'm making, attempting to make these relationships work because, all eyes are on us. And so from every different angle there seemed, and as I began to write, I'm like, oh my goodness, even leaving out a few of my intersectionalities, it's just it becomes more difficult, but it also allows you to see things from a different perspective. So as a therapist myself, I'm able to see things from different arenas that absolutely help me in that space. But of course, when you're going through it, I could have done without some of those things. Because the hurt then, the pain is then impactful on so many different levels. On the upswing, there is a joy that comes out of it. I'm in the midst of right now as I'm able to even have a relationship with my ex, the joy that comes with finally being able to see something, finally being able to see at all is absolutely the other piece of that. But most people have a difficult time getting to that place. I definitely knew that joy would come in the morning time. So I was going to sleep as long as I needed to sleep to get there.
Thank you. Thank you. DT,
Yep. I think hopefully you all can hear me. The next question is for both Bria and Angela. And Angela, you mentioned during your presentation a little bit about self-diagnosis via Google. And I was wondering if it might be something that you both could speak to just about the temptations, the pitfalls, and even the potential like validation in what you might find on the internet.
I'll jump in there to go first only because I did that and I did it the absolute wrong way. In my head, it's like, oh my goodness, okay, so this is what it is. And as soon as they learn what it is, they're going to jump right on it and then we get back to living again. And again, it did not happen that way. As a clinician, I should have known better. The more I learned about DBT and the types of therapy that we use specifically, I know that they almost go out of their way not to bring forth this diagnosis with this title or this label in that. And I had all I thought was, hey, if they could know what it is and we can get it fixed, then here's what I think you are. So it did not work. It did good for me to inhale the information. It did not do good for me to dispense that information in the way that I did. I believe that Google and YouTube has, of course, our website as well, has an amazing array of different things relating to DBT and for BPD that I think absolutely works. I would have never found out, even though I heard of it, I would have never known specifically had I not done that search. I would have probably pulled out more of my hair, and as you can see, I don't have a whole lot left.
Yeah, so I never Googled it. I really didn't know hardly anything about it, as I said in my presentation, other than that my cousin had been diagnosed and I considered her to be fairly challenging. So I thought, oh no, like now this is my diagnosis. But, you know, looking at the criteria, I really identified with it, of course, and I've read a lot of great material. You know, I've been in relationships where I've obviously disclosed I have BPD, and they've, you know, the person has said to me, well, what can I do? How can I learn more about it? And I thought, oh, that's such a nice question, but like, what's the answer? Like, what is it that I can tell them to read, or, you know, that won't scare them away? So that's still a challenge, I feel. I don't have an easy answer to that one, but Google's great for a lot of things. I often Google the DSM just to kind of familiarize myself with it when I explain it to people, because there are like 9 criteria and it's hard to remember them all. So I think Google's okay for some things.
But I think that's part of what's important, right? It's not all good or all bad. It's just figuring out how to be strategic about it. And I think even within both of your stories, there's been some of both. It's a mix. So thank you for sharing that.
Clarissa, there are a lot of questions for you. Here's one. There was a question about this concept of non-scarcity. And the audience member writes, I'm probably being concrete, but in the field of mental health, there actually is a shortage of providers, and I find myself overworking to address it. And Clarissa has disappeared temporarily. So no fear. We've got a lot of questions to get through. Let's see. Alex, I'm wondering if you might speak with us a little bit about difficulties how to kind of navigate if you encounter a client who is sort of unapologetically not interested in the teaching you have on gender identity and gender fluidity. When you get resistance from people who say, no, this stuff isn't real, how do you as a healthcare professional handle that? Thank you for your patience, everybody. Minor technical glitches, and we are all still here. We were just asking Alex a question about how he handles it as a healthcare professional when he encounters prejudice and pushback from patients who are saying, no, I don't really believe in the identities that you're trying to educate me about. It must happen in your work, Alex. How do you handle it?
Yeah, it's typically a conversation we're only having if the patient themselves is expressing a transgender or gender diverse identity. I'm certainly not trying to make anybody have a gender identity that they don't have. So I think the reason it doesn't necessarily play out that way with patients is that it's typically initiated by them, or in the context of a clinical history being elicited and history of gender identity development, that it emerges from the patient or client themselves, that they are exploring their gender identity, or a transgender or gender diverse, or potentially interested in considering a gender affirmation process. I think where a lot of resistance comes up is in our national training and technical assistance we do with healthcare teams and clinicians, where there's a very low knowledge fund, I would say, about gender diversity and gender affirming healthcare. So we have our work cut out for us with clinicians, where it's not part of the standard curriculum for a variety of health professionals. But with patients, it's, we're meeting them where they're at, and it's typically coming from them if they are expressing their own gender diversity.
One of the many reasons we all appreciate your work so much as you're educating the rest of the healthcare field. So thank you.
I have a question for you, Bria. You compellingly spoke about what happened during the pandemic. Like this time last year, the family relations were better, and all we have is perhaps 1 minute. So short answer on this. But sort of the pandemic, social environment created a change. Can you just say a little bit more about
that? So what it was like during the pandemic, or I missed some of the question.
How did the pandemic, the conditions of the pandemic affect you particularly?
Yeah, so it was really, I'm single and I live alone, and it was hard to feel like I might be isolated from other people when New York was under shelter in place. I did have a partner at the time who lived in another borough, and I wasn't willing to not see him. So yeah, I did what I felt was best really for my mental health above everything else. I think, after being diagnosed with BPD, COVID really didn't feel that scary to me, to be honest.
What a statement. What a statement, Bria. Thank you. Thank you for this. Thank you for sharing this. Well, I think thank you. I want to thank you, panelists, so much. I'm sorry for the technical difficulties, but thank you for being here and answering a few more questions and sort of finishing the day with these additional insights. So thank you for your presence here. And that concludes our day. Yes. So Suzanne, I will let you, you're hearing.
Yep, I'm here. So we want to thank all of our presenters today for teaching us, for inspiring us, for moving us. We're so grateful for your willingness, for your energy, for your sharing your experiences, your wisdom, and your research findings. We have a big thank you for Brand Live for helping us carry out our first ever virtual conference, which has meant we've been able to have audience members here from all across the United States and multiple nations, and making for our conference to run so smoothly. So Malin, Jeremiah, Stephen, all of the rest of the team, thank you so much. We have, as usual, a huge thank you to our volunteers who've been working tirelessly behind the scenes for months. And a special shout out to Emily Edwards, who's been coordinating volunteers and just making sure that everything goes as it should. This conference was developed by Perry Hoffman and Seth Axelrod, and we owe all of them a debt of gratitude for their thoughtfulness and their hard work in creating this partnership. This conference is now in its 16th year, and we look forward to many, many, many more. As we wrap up today, a few reminders. You'll receive an email for a Qualtrics evaluation, and the link will be posted below in the chat. Please fill out this evaluation to tell us what you liked about our conference today and how we can improve. This evaluation is also critical to your CEs if you requested them. If you requested them, CEs will be mailed to you after we've received confirmation of your attendance and your evaluation, and we can't wait to hear from you.
Our presenters, you were incredible. What a day this has been. Thank you so much for being here and for teaching us in so many ways. We hope to see everybody next year. Thank you to our audience for being here today. And so next year, the date of the conference will be Friday, May 6th, 2022, for the next Yale-NEABPD conference. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.